Section 20 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 15, The Temples of Athens. Section 1, Greek Temples. A Greek temple was not a place where people met to worship, and it was never intended to hold a very large number of people. The religious ceremonies were carried on in the great spaces outside the temples, and sacrifices were offered on the altars which were always in the open air. The temple was the dwelling place of the god and the treasury where the gifts brought by the worshippers were kept. Greek temples varied in size, but they were all built on the same general plan. The whole building was looked upon as the home of the god, and so the chamber in which the statue was placed was a central point, and all the other parts of the building were so constructed that they harmonized with the main purpose of the temple. Just as a Greek play had only one story in it, and no other episodes were allowed to distract the attention of the audience from the working out of the plot, so a Greek temple expressed one thought, and nothing in the architecture was allowed to disturb it. The earliest form of temple was the shrine, an oblong building with a portico, which had at first only 2 pillars in front, but which were later extended into a row of pillars across the whole front of the building. Then a portico was built at both ends of the temple, and lastly, in some temples a row of columns was built all round the building, with a double row in the portico at each end. Above the portico was a triangular gable called the pediment, which was usually filled with sculpture. The Greeks used 3 kinds of columns in their buildings. The Doric column was the simplest. It had no base and tapered very slightly up to the capital, which consisted of a thick slab of stone. The Doric was the type most often used by the Greeks, and in its simplicity and perfection of form it symbolized the finest Greek spirit. The Ionic column stood on a base. It was more slender than the Doric, and the capital consisted of 2 very graceful spirals. The Ionic was a lighter type of column than the Doric, and was used a great deal by the Greeks in Asia Minor. A third type was introduced later, called the Corinthian. The capitals of this column were richly carved in the form of leaves, but the Greeks never liked it as much as the simple and more graceful types, and it was not very much used until Roman times. All the columns were fluted. The Greeks never used ornament for the sake of ornament. The column was used as a support, and ornament was felt to be entirely out of place on it, but the decoration on the capital served a purpose. As the eye followed the fluting upwards to where the vertical line met the horizontal, the simple decoration of the capital served to make the transition from one line to the other less abrupt. In Greek architecture, no part of a building that bore any strain was ornamented, and whatever ornament was used was always in harmony with the general purposes of the building. These were the main characteristics of Greek temples. High, greatest Athenian temples were on the Acropolis, the ancient citadel of Athens, which had been transformed by Pericles into a dwelling place for Athena. Section 2. The Acropolis in the time of Pericles. Quote, "The fittest place for a temple or altar was some site visible from afar, and untrodden by foot of man, since it was a glad thing for the worshipper to lift up his eyes afar off and offer up his prayer." Unquote. Socrates. The Acropolis was approached by a flight of steps leading to the propylaea or entrance porch. 6 great Doric columns stood at the entrance, and opening out to right and left of the main hall were other porticos, the walls of which were decorated with paintings showing the deeds of ancient heroes. The roof was of white marble, and standing at this entrance one could catch a glimpse of the sea in the distance. Tradition held that it was on this spot that Aegeus stood to watch for the ship that should bring back Theseus, and that it was from this high rock that he cast himself down in despair when he saw the ship returning with black sails, a sign, as he thought, that his son was dead. To the right of the propylaea, in the southwest corner of the Acropolis, was the little temple of Athena Nike, Athena of Victory. In this temple, the goddess herself represented victory, so she had no wings, which were always given by the Greeks to statues of victory, and the temple came to be known as that of the wingless Victory. A wonderful view is to be had from this temple, and the site for it was chosen because from where it stands Salamis is in sight, and it was to be forever a thank-offering to Athena for the victory gained there over the barbarian foe. Passing through the Propylaea, one came out upon the Acropolis, where rising up in majesty was the great bronze statue of Athena Promachos, Athena the warrior queen, foremost in fight, who went out to war with the armies of Athens and brought them home victorious. Phidias, the great Athenian sculptor who had made the image of Zeus in the temple at Olympia, had made this statue, using for it the bronze which had been found amongst the Persian spoils after the Battle of Marathon. The goddess stood upright, clad in armor and holding a spear in her hand. The tip of this spear was gilded, and it was said that sailors as they drew near the land could see it gleaming in the sunshine, and when they saw it they knew that home was near. A little further, on the north side of the Acropolis, was the Erechtheum, called after the mythical king of Athens, Erechtheus. It was a very beautiful temple, and one of the porches has always been known as the Porch of the Maidens, because instead of being supported by columns, it is supported by the figures of 6 maidens. When the figure of a woman is used for this purpose, it is called in architecture a caryatid. A temple to Athena had always stood on this spot since memory began, and it was hallowed by all kinds of associations. Near the temple was the sacred olive tree of Athena, and within its walls was the old and most holy wooden statue of Athena, said to have dropped from heaven. It was in this temple that the goddess was worshipped in a more intimate way, for this was Athena Polias, the guardian of the city and the home. It was for this ancient wooden statue that specially chosen Athenian maidens wove the beautiful robe called the pelops, which was carried at the time of the festival held every 4 years to the temple and presented to the goddess. But greater than all else on the Acropolis was the Parthenon, created by Ictinus the architect and Phidias the sculptor. This most beautiful Greek temple in the world stood on the south side of the Acropolis. It was a Doric building surrounded by 46 great pillars, and to the Athenian, this building was the very soul of Athens. Elsewhere on the Acropolis it was Athena the goddess who was worshipped, Athena the warrior, Athena the guardian of the city, and in one place, though without a temple, Athena the inspirer of all arts and crafts. But here in the Parthenon, Athena was more than the goddess. She symbolized Athens itself, all the achievements of Athens in war and peace, and the spirit that guided the Athenians. The sculpture on the east pediment represented the birth of Athena. It was the old Homeric poem interpreted in stone. Quote, "Her did Zeus the counsellor himself beget from his holy head, all armed for war in shining golden mail, while in awe did the other gods behold it. Quickly did the goddess leap from the immortal head, and stood before Zeus, shaking her sharp spear, and high Olympus trembled in dread beneath the strength of the grey-eyed maiden, while earth rang terribly around, and the sea was boiling with dark waves, and suddenly brake forth the foam. Yes, and the glorious son of Hyperion checked for long his swift steeds, till the maiden took from her immortal shoulders her divine armor, even Pallas Athena, and Zeus the counsellor rejoiced." End quote. Zeus rejoiced not only because Athena was born, but because she symbolized the birth of Athens. As she sprang from the head of Zeus arrayed in all the symbols of power, so surely was it the will of the gods that Athens should be great and powerful. The sculpture on the west pediment represented the contest of Athena with Poseidon for the possession of Athens. Poseidon represented material prosperity. His gift to Athens was the sea, over which sailed her ships, colonizing and trading and bringing wealth to the state. But Athens was not to be ruled by Poseidon. She was to account the things of the mind and spirit of greater value than those of material prosperity, and the victory was given to Athena. The pediments symbolized the will of the gods for Athens. All round the building under the cornice were smaller groups of sculptures called metopes, and these represented in stone the way in which Athens had fulfilled the will of the gods for her. First, there were battles between gods and giants, the conflict between order and disorder, and in every case order had triumphed. Then there followed battles between the ancient heroes of legend and tradition and all kinds of evil forces in nature, and in these battles Theseus, the hero king, fought for Athens and prevailed. The Parthenon was built after the Persians had been driven out of Greece. The Greeks called all who were not of Greek blood barbarians, and they believed that it was the will of the gods that in every conflict between Greek and barbarian, the Greek should in the end prevail. The Greek of the 5th century B.C. thought of all history as the working out of the great drama of the victory of the Greek spirit over that of the barbarian, and the records of this drama are seen in political history in the development of the Athenian Empire, in literature, in the history of Herodotus, and in art in the building of the Parthenon. But the Parthenon symbolized more than the history of Athens. It was also the symbol of her religious life. On the outer wall, under the colonnade, was the great frieze symbolizing the Panathenaic procession, that great procession which every 4 years wound its way up to the Acropolis. This was the festival of Athena, and at the east end of the building was a group of gods and goddesses waiting for her coming. They were waiting for her in her own city, where she would take the foremost place. In the solemn procession, all classes of Athenians were represented. Noble maidens, bearing baskets with offerings for the sacrifice, youths with offerings and youths on horseback, chariots, grave elders and priests, and cattle for the sacrifice. Aliens, too, were there, for it was not only Athens that was symbolized, but the Athenian Empire, symbol of what Athens hoped would be a united Greece. It is very difficult to distinguish between Athenian patriotism and religion. To the Athenian, the city was Athena, and Athena the city, and the Parthenon was the crown of both. The Parthenon was entered by the eastern porch. The light inside was dim, but as the eye grew accustomed to the dimness, the statue of Athena slowly became clearly visible. There she stood, a great figure nearly 40 feet high. She was clad in a sleeveless garment that reached to her feet. Bracelets in the form of serpents were on her arms. The aegis with the head of Medusa covered her breast. In her right hand the goddess bore an image of victory, and her left hand rested on a shield, inside of which was coiled a snake. The snake was made of gold and ivory, and it was to the Athenians the symbol of all that was best in the Athenian ideals. Their passionate desire for freedom, their unfaltering search for truth, their great love of beauty were all personified for them in the calm and queenly figure of her whose battles were won, of Athena Parthenos. Having offered their sacrifices outside, they entered her temple with awe, believing that, quote, "He who enters the incense-filled temple must be holy, and holiness is to have a pure mind." End quote. Section 3. Later History of the Acropolis. Such was the Acropolis of the 5th century B.C., but now the statues and the altars have disappeared, the columns are broken, and the temples stand in ruins. Is it just the lapse of time that has wrought such destruction on those matchless buildings? When Plutarch saw them, they had been standing for about 500 years, and he said that there was still a bloom of newness upon them that seemed to preserve them from the touch of time, as if the hand that had wrought such buildings gave them the spirit of eternal youth. At the beginning of the 5th century A.D., Alaric the Goth invaded Greece, but he left Athens undisturbed. The great statue of Athena Promachos was still standing, and the story was told later that as the barbarian chieftain approached the Acropolis, the goddess Athena appeared before him, clad in mail, with her spear outstretched in defense of her city. He was so much awed by the vision that he withdrew and troubled Athens no more, and he sent messengers to the Roman rulers of the city and made peace with them. Not long after, an edict was passed ordering all pagan temples in the Roman Empire, for Greece then formed part of it, to be closed or else converted into Christian churches, and from that time onwards nothing has been heard of the statue of Athena Parthenos, though a small copy of it was found later. The Parthenon itself was changed into a Christian church dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and it remained so until Athens was captured by the Turks in 1458. They changed the Christian church into a Turkish mosque and built a minaret at one corner. No further changes took place until the end of the 17th century, when during a war of the Turks with Venice, the Venetians were bombarding the Acropolis. The Venetians were told that powder was being stored in the Acropolis, and for several days they directed their fire against it. At first there was no result, even the guns, it was said, refusing to do such deadly work on so glorious a building. But at length a shell was thrown into it, the powder exploded, the roof crashed in, and a part of the walls collapsed. The Parthenon was nothing but a ruin, and for more than 100 years the sculptures of Phidias lay neglected on the ground, broken and defaced. But at the beginning of the 19th century the attention of Lord Elgin, who was British ambassador at Constantinople, was called to the danger that threatened them from the ignorance and indifference of the Turks, and the unscrupulousness of travellers and visitors, who often defaced and carried off pieces of sculpture, and he made arrangements by which the British government was allowed to buy the Parthenon sculptures and remove them to the British Museum. Yet, in spite of the ruin, the destruction, and the loss, what is still left of the ancient temples and statues is of such beauty that those who look upon it believe with the Greek poet that it will, quote, live as a song for all who love music, living and yet to be, as long as earth or sun remain, end quote. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Chapter 16a, The Downfall of Athens. Part 1. Rivalry between Athens and Sparta and the beginning of the Peloponnesian War. Athens, in the middle of the 5th century B.C., was in very truth, as Pericles had said, the school of Hellas. For half a century after the barbarian had been driven out of Greece, Athens went forward on the wings of youth and hope and aspiration towards the fulfillment of her great ideal, that of the perfect citizen in the perfect state. Everything that was worthwhile in human life lay in that direction: freedom, order, and progress, truth and beauty, knowledge, virtue, and religion, and in the Greek world, it was Athens who was the leader in all these things. And Athens realized this. The ideals set forth by Pericles in the funeral speech placed her in the position of a chosen people in the midst of a barbarian world, and it was to be her mission to save civilization for the world. Athens was a democracy, and her freedom, her thought, and her art were not the special possession of a small privileged group, but the whole body of citizens. Yet there was a flaw in the Athenian ideal of democracy. It was built upon slavery. The result of this was that in some things the Athenians were able to reach a point of perfection from which they could make no further advance. Their greatest sculpture and architecture were flawless in their simplicity and beauty. They have been copied and imitated, but never surpassed. The Greek stage set certain limitations to the drama, but within these limitations, the dramas of the great Athenian dramatists were well nigh perfect. Other small nations in the history of the world fought for their freedom just as passionately and with as much self-control, unbroken will, and self-sacrifice, and have obtained it. But it was Athens who first showed the world that right is stronger than might and will ultimately prevail. In their search for truth, the Athenian philosophers went as far as it was possible for them to go, but the very fact that they accepted the institution of slavery as a normal condition of life made any further advance in political thinking impossible. The history of the world shows that progress in political thought has always come from the struggle of an unprivileged class to obtain its just rights, and this could not take place in Athens, for the unprivileged were slaves, and the slaves were slaves, and slaves they must always remain. Athens fell, but her fall did not only or even chiefly come about because her democracy was founded upon slavery. In her great days, Athens had been the liberator of all the enslaved Greeks. Sparta had never been interested in the fate of the Greeks who were still under the Persian yoke, and it was Athens who had created the Delian League and who had delivered the Ionians from their foreign rulers. But from being their liberator, Athens gradually became their mistress, and little by little she used her position in the League as a means to increase her own power. That which in the beginning had been organized by the statesman, who was called by his fellow citizens the just, that which had symbolized the Athenian ideal of freedom, became the instrument by which Athens became not only an empire, but a tyrant. And Pericles permitted it to be so. Pericles had many opponents in Athens. Some disapproved of his imperial policy, and others accused him of extravagance in spending so much of the public money on temples. The most serious accusation brought against him was that in beautifying Athens he was spending not only money from the Athenian treasury, but also using that which belonged to the Delian League. This latter accusation was true, and the people called for an ostracism, but it resulted in the support of Pericles by the majority of the Athenians and in the banishment of his opponent. Pericles knew what he was doing when he used the money from the treasury of the Delian League. To Athens had been committed the trust of defending the allied islands and cities from Persian aggression, and it was the money contributed by the allies for the cost of this defense that was kept in the treasury of the League. Pericles maintained that the beautifying of Athens was a symbol of her might and power, that the great buildings employed labor and encouraged commerce, both of which added to her prosperity, and that these outward signs of her wealth and might added to her ability to protect her allies. He had won for Athens the foremost position in Greece, and he was determined that she should keep it. To this end, he argued that Athens was justified in using the money of the League, because the way in which it was being spent added not only to the glory, but to the security of all. Pericles was also a great lover of all that was beautiful, and he was honestly desirous that the use of Athens should grow up in a city that should be a joy forever, that would make them good and useful citizens, and inspire them with an abiding love for and pride in her. But there is a flaw in the character of a man who holds that the end, even if it is a great and glorious one, justifies any means. Now, Attica was very small, and in the days of her prosperity, the population of Athens had increased so much that the state could no longer produce enough food to support the people. The far-seeing policy of Themistocles had made Athens stronger on sea than on land, and by the time of Pericles the salvation of Athens lay in her navy. She was increasing her sea power in all directions and establishing herself as mistress over all the Aegean and on the shores of the Euxine. The policy was not only dictated by the greed of power, but by the absolute necessity that if Athens were to live, she should control all the trade routes by which corn reached Greece. Without the corn from the shores of Euxine, Athens would starve. Sparta was a great land power, and at first this increasing sea power of Athens did not touch her very closely. But it did affect Corinth, the next sea power in Greece after Athens. As long as Athens confined her interests to the Aegean and to the east, Corinth was not alarmed. But when Athens turned to the west and showed their intention of establishing their power there, the Corinthians became seriously alarmed, for this threatened their interests in Sicily and the south of Italy. Corinth had always been hostile to Athens, and she now appealed to Sparta, asking for help to crush Athens. Corinthian envoys went to Sparta, and in the powerful speech, one of them set forth the grievances of the Greek world against Athens, representing her power and entreating the Spartans to lay aside their policy of inaction and to join with them in crushing the tyrant state. Quote, "Time after time we have warned you of the mischief which the Athenians would do to us, but instead of taking our words to heart, you chose to suspect that we only spoke from interested motives. If the crimes which the Athenians are committing against Hellas were being done in a corner, then you might be ignorant, and we should have to inform you of them. But now, what need of many words? Some of us, as you see, have already been enslaved. They are at this moment intriguing against others, noticeably against allies of ours, and long ago they made all their preparations in expectations of war. And you have never considered what manner of men these Athenians with whom you will have to fight, and how utterly unlike yourselves. They are revolutionary, equally quick in the conception and in the execution of every new plan, while you are conservative, careful only to keep what you have, originating nothing, and not acting even when action is most necessary. They are bold beyond their strength. They run risks which prudence would condemn, and in the midst of misfortune they are full of hope, whereas it is your nature, though strong, to act feebly. When your plans are most prudent, to distrust them, and when calamities come upon you, to think that you will never be delivered from them. They are impetuous, and you are dilatory. They are always abroad, and you are always at home, for they hope to gain something by leaving their homes. But you are afraid that any new empire may imperil what you have already. When conquerors, they pursue their victory to the utmost. When defeated, they fall back on the feast. Their bodies they devote to their country as though they belonged to other men. Their true self is in their mind, which is most truly their own when employed in her service. When they do not carry out an intention which they had formed, they seem to have sustained a personal bereavement. When an enterprise succeeds, they have gained a mere installment of what is to come. But if they fail, they at once conceive new hopes, and so fill up the void. With them alone to hope is to have, for they lose not a moment in the execution of an idea. This is the lifelong task, full of danger and toil, which they are always imposing upon themselves. None enjoy their good things less, because they are always seeking for more. To do their duty is their only holiday, and they deem the quiet of inaction to be disagreeable as the most tiresome business. If a man should say of them, in a word, that they were born neither to have peace themselves, nor to allow peace to other men, he would simply speak the truth. In the face of such an enemy, Lacedaemonians, you persist in doing nothing. But let your procrastination end. Do not allow friends and kindred to fall into the hands of their worst enemies, or drive us in despair to seek the alliance of others. In taking such a course, we should be doing nothing wrong, either before the gods, who are the witness of our oaths, or before men whose eyes are upon us. For the true breakers of treaties are not those who, when forsaken, turn to others, but those who forsake allies whom they have sworn to defend. We will remain your friends if you choose to bestir yourselves, for we should be guilty of an impiety if we deserted you without cause, and we shall not easily find allies equally congenial to us. Take heed, then. You have inherited from your fathers the leadership of the Peloponnesus. See that her greatness suffers no diminution at your hands. Close quote. Thus spake the Corinthians. Now there happened to be staying at Lacedaemon an Athenian embassy which had come on other business, and when the envoys had heard what the Corinthians had said, they felt bound to go before the Lacedaemonian assembly, not with the view of answering the accusations brought against them by the cities, but they wanted to put before the Lacedaemonians the whole question, and make them understand that they should take time to deliberate, and not be rash. They also desired to set forth the greatness of their city, reminding the elder men of what they knew, and informing the younger of what lay beyond their experience. They thought that their words would sway the Lacedaemonians in the direction of peace, so they came and said that, if they might be allowed, they too would like to address the people. The Athenians were invited to speak, and they reminded the Spartans of how Athens had done more than any other state to save Greece from the Persian invader, and that Sparta herself owed her liberty to the undismayed courage of Athens. We maintain, they said, that we rendered you a service at least as great as you rendered us. The cities from which you came to help us were still inhabited, and you might hope to return to them. Your concern was for yourselves and not for us. At any rate, you remained at a distance while we had anything to lose. But we went forth from a city which was no more, and fought for one of which there was small hope. And yet we saved ourselves and bore our part in saving you. If, in order to preserve our land, like other states, we had gone over to the Persians at first, or afterwards, and had not ventured to embark because our ruin was already complete, it would have been useless for you, with your weak navy, to fight at sea, but everything would have gone quietly, just as the Persians desired. The Athenians then attempted to justify their imperial policy, and to point out that, had the situation been reversed, and had it been the Lacedaemonians who had acquired an empire, they would have found it just as necessary as had Athens to rule with a strong hand, and that they would have been even worse hated than was Athens. They concluded with a passionate appeal for peace. Do not then be hasty in deciding a question which is serious, and do not, by listening to the misrepresentations and complaints of others, bring trouble on yourselves. Realize, while yet there is time, the inscrutable nature of war, and how, when protracted, it generally ends in becoming a mere matter of chance over which neither of us can have any control, the event being equally unknown and equally hazardous to both. The misfortune is that in their hurry to go on to war, men begin with blows, and when a reverse comes upon them, then have recourse to words. But neither you nor we have as yet committed this mistake, and therefore, while both of us can still choose the prudent part, we tell you not to break the peace or violate your oaths. Let our differences be determined by arbitration according to the treaty. If you refuse, we call to witness the gods, by whom you have sworn that you are the authors of the war, and we will do our best to strike in return. The Spartans did not heed the plea for peace, and in 431 B.C., the long, dreary war, known in history as the Peloponnesian War, began and dragged itself out for nearly 30 years. Compared to modern warfare, the actual fighting was not on a very large scale, and we seem to be reading of battles between what were, after all, only rather small states. But though the states were small, these statesmen who guided their policies and the men who fought for them were men of human passions like ours. And though the method of warfare has changed, the effect of war on the minds and lives of men and women living at the time has changed very little. The future is hidden from the eyes of each generation of men, but the past lies open before them. And to those who read the past with understanding comes enlightenment when similar difficulties surround them, for the past shows not only the beginning and the middle, but also the end of the story. When the Peloponnesian War broke out, almost 50 years had gone by since the Persians had been driven out of Greece, and the heroes of Marathon, of Thermopylae, and of Salamis had already passed into history. That war had been between the Greek and the barbarian. This was war between the Greek and the Greek, and it rapidly spread over almost the whole Greek world. The real cause was the rivalry between Athens and Sparta, and it was fought to determine which should be supreme in Greece. Athens was a great sea power, Sparta a great land power. Athens was a freedom-loving democracy. Sparta was still governed by an oligarchy. Athens was dependent for her life on the corn that came from afar. Sparta was practically self-sufficing. When the war began, each side was confident and sure of victory. How was it to end? Part 2. Athens during the war. During the first part of the war, Athens was supreme at sea, and she strengthened her hold on all the trade routes. But she did not dare meet Sparta in a great, open-pitched battle on land, for the military power of the latter was no legend, but a most formidable fact. Everything, however, did not go well with Athens during these first few years. Every year the Spartans had invaded Attica and burnt and plundered the land surrounding Athens. This had driven all the country people into the city, where conditions became very congested and intolerable. And then it was that a scourge fell upon Athens from which she never recovered. For 2 long summers and 2 long winters, the angel of death stood over the city and darkened it with his wings and smote the inhabitants, so that 1 out of every 4 died. It was the plague. The whole dreadful story can be read in the pages of Thucydides, how it began in the Piraeus and then spread to Athens, of the sufferings of those who were seized with it, the rapidity with which it spread, and the impossibility of caring for the sick or burying the dead, of the lawlessness in the disorganized, terror-stricken city, and of all the misery which came from seeing the inhabitants of the city dying in such numbers, and from knowing that without the walls the country was being ravaged. When the horror had passed and Athens once more lifted up her head, she was no longer the Athens of old. Her spirit was not only broken, but changed. The war and the plague together lay heavy upon the Athenians, and they blamed Pericles because he had persuaded them to go to war, declaring that he was the author of all their troubles. Once again, he made a great speech to them, reminding them that Athens had never yet yielded to misfortune, and that the greatest states and the greatest men are those who, when misfortunes come, are the least depressed in spirit and the most resolute in action. But Pericles did not live to guide Athens through the troubled waters which lay ahead of her. He had experienced the same misfortunes as his fellow citizens. His sister, his sons, and the friends who were nearest to him had died of the plague, and he himself was ill. As he lay dying, some of his friends who were still alive were sitting near him, and they spoke together of his greatness, his power, and the number of his victories. They did not think he was conscious, but he heard all that they said, and when they had finished, asked them why they did not speak or make mention of that which was the most excellent and perishing thing of all. For, said he, no Athenian through my means ever wore mourning. Pericles had been a good general. He had added to the power of Athens both at home and abroad, and he made her defenses more secure by completing the long walls which had been begun by Themistocles. As a statesman, Pericles was an imperialist, and he believed that the Athens Empire, which had grown naturally out of the position of Athens as liberator of the Ionian Greeks, embodied the right relationship between Athens and her allies. Like Themistocles, he had a deep distrust of Sparta, and believing that sooner or later war with her was inevitable, he did all that lay in his power to make Athens ready when that day should come. Though of noble birth, Pericles had always been on the side of the people in Athens, and during his rule, powers of the people were very much extended. Every office in the state was filled by popular election each year, so that there was constant change amongst those in authority, and Athens could never be sure of any settled policy in her affairs, either at home or abroad. The supreme and final authority lay in the assembly, but like all popular assemblies, it could be swayed and, at several critical moments in the history of Athens, was swayed by sudden bursts of passion or by the fiery eloquence of an unwise or an ambitious and self-seeking speaker. But as long as Pericles lived, the dangers of the democracy he had developed were not very apparent, for he was trusted absolutely, and he kept a wise, firm hand and restraining hand on the passions of the people. Pericles died in the year 429 B.C., and in the years following his death, the results of a long war began to be felt. Food became scarce and prices were high. It was difficult to get servants, for in the general disorganization of life that had come with the plague, slaves had escaped in large numbers. The young men of Athens were no longer to be seen in the agora and other public places, for all men capable of bearing arms were with the army. 4 years after the death of Pericles, Sparta made offers of peace, but feeling ran very high in Athens that it was believed that a peace then would be not lasting. So the offer was rejected, and it was determined to carry on the war to the bitter end. There is nothing that so well describes conditions in Athens during those war years as the comedies of Aristophanes. They carry us back to those exciting days and it is amazing to see how much freedom of speech was allowed. The nights, the clouds, and the wasps were all written in those years, and they are full of the excitement of the time and often outspoken criticism of those responsible for the carrying on of the war. But the war brought a lowering of ideals, and even when there was victory, there was also sorrow and loss and the ruin of homes. Euripides, one of the great dramatists of the time, in The Trojan Women, a play written during the war, stripped war of all its glamour and showed the misery that comes to the conquered. Quote, "And they whom Ares took had never seen their children. No wife came with gentle arms to shroud the limbs of them for burial in a strange and angry earth, laid dead. And there at home this same long death, women that lonely died, and aged men waiting for sons that ne'er would turn again, nor know their graves, nor pour drink offerings to still the unslaked dust. These be the things the conquering grief hath won. Would you be wise, ye cities? Fly from war. Yet if war come, there is a crown in death for her that striveth well and perisheth, unstained. To die in evil were the stain." Close quote. Pericles was dead, and Cleon, who had succeeded him as leader of the people, had no power to inspire the Athenians to be true to their highest ideals. And as conditions grew more and more difficult, Athens was forced at length to give herself up to a fight for her life. Anger, suspicion, and hatred took the place of the old ideals, and it seemed as if her strength had turned to weakness and despair. And then Athens sealed her own doom. For to save her own citizens from heavy taxation in order to carry on the war, without asking their consent, she doubled the amount of the tribute paid to her by her allies every year, and so she broke the charter once made in good faith between them. But the end had not yet come. For a time, success lay with the Athenians, and they forced a Spartan garrison to surrender to them at Sphacteria, on the west coast of the Peloponnesus, a victory which greatly encouraged them. But the years dragged on, and the war continued, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Then it was that Brasidas, a Spartan general, marched north from the Peloponnesus through the Boeotia and Thessaly until he reached Amphipolis, an Athenian city on the borders of Thrace and Macedonia, which he besieged. Cleon had gone to Amphipolis to help the Athenians, and he was expecting assistance from an Athenian general who was marching to the relief of the city. But he did not arrive in time, and Amphipolis was taken by the Spartans. Both Cleon and Brasidas were killed, and Athens exiled the general who had failed to arrive in time. He devoted the period of his exile to gathering materials for a history of the war, and though he may have been unsuccessful as a general, he became one of the greatest historians not only of Greece but of the world. His name was Thucydides. The surrender of Amphipolis brought a lull in the war, and owing to the effects of the Athenian general Nicias in 421 B.C., a peace was made, which was to last for 50 years. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 16b, The Downfall of Athens. Part 3, Alcibiades. The peace of Nicias did not last very long, however. Athens and Sparta were both too jealous of each other to be really reconciled, and neither kept to the terms of the peace. There was a party in Athens which favored peace, but it was not so powerful nor so popular as the war party, and its leader, Nicias, did not possess the qualities of leadership which characterized the leader of the other side. This leader was Alcibiades, a young man who had recently risen to power and who was very popular. He was of noble birth, rich, very good-looking, and of great personal charm. He lisped when he spoke, but it was said that this became him well and gave a grace and persuasiveness to his rapid speech. When he began to study, he obeyed all his other masters fairly well, but refused to learn to play the flute because, he said, it disfigured his face, and also because it was not possible to speak or sing while playing it. Alcibiades was a leader of fashion amongst the Athenian youths, and as soon as it became known that he despised the flute, playing on it went out of fashion and became generally neglected. Alcibiades was sought out by many people who liked to be in his company, chiefly because of his great personal beauty, but it is evident that at this time he must have shown many noble qualities and a good disposition, for Socrates, the great philosopher, showed much affection for him. Socrates saw that his wealth and position caused him to be flattered and made so much of by all kinds of people that he feared he would be corrupted by it, and he resolved, if possible, that his good qualities should be preserved. On his side, Alcibiades recognized the great worth of Socrates and listened willingly to his teaching. Both Socrates and Alcibiades took part in one of the early campaigns of the Peloponnesian War. They shared the same tent and stood next to each other in battle, and in one sharp fight both behaved with special bravery. This was the occasion on which Alcibiades was wounded, but Socrates threw himself before him and protected him, and beyond any question saved his life. Alcibiades had great advantages for entering public life. His noble birth, his riches, the personal courage he had shown in many battles, and the multitude of his friends and dependents threw open the doors for him. His popularity had also increased because of his success at the Olympic Games. He had spent great sums of money on horses and chariots, and never did anyone else send so many as 7 chariots to the games. And they were all so well equipped that in one race he carried off the first, second, and fourth prizes, which far outdid any distinction that ever was known or thought of in that kind. But Alcibiades did not follow the wise teachings of Socrates, and he grew luxurious, dissipated, and lawless in his way of living. He wore long purple robes like a woman, which dragged after him as he went through the marketplace, and he had a soft and luxurious bed prepared for him on his galley. All this made him disliked by a great number of Athenians, and gradually raised up enemies for him. Yet such was his personal charm, his eloquence, his courage, and his beauty, that the Athenians made excuses for his excesses, indulged him in many things, and gave soft names to his faults, attributing them to his youth and good nature. Such was the man, unstable, ambitious, and unscrupulous, to whom was entrusted the guidance of affairs at Athens at this most critical hour of her fortunes. Up to this time, the relations of Athens with the Greeks beyond the sea had been chiefly confined to those in Ionia, but there were rich lands dwelt in by Greeks to the west, especially in Sicily and the south of Italy. Even in the lifetime of Pericles, the Athenians had cast a longing eye upon Sicily, but they did not attempt anything there till after his death. An opportunity for interference in Sicilian affairs was given to them in 415 B.C., when the peace of Nicias had brought a period of truce in the war with Sparta. The Greeks in one of the cities in Sicily appealed to Athens for help against Syracuse, which was oppressing them, and Alcibiades seized upon this as the first step in an Athenian conquest of Sicily. But this was the beginning of his ambitious plan, for he dreamt not only of the mastery of Sicily, but of nothing less than the conquest of Carthage and of Athenian rule over the whole Mediterranean world. Alcibiades roused Athens to enthusiasm for an expedition to Sicily, and the young men in particular shared his hopes and ambitions, and listened to him when he talked of the wonders of the countries to which they were going, so that great numbers of them might be seen sitting in the wrestling ground and public places, drawing on the ground maps of Sicily and the situation of Carthage. Nicias, conservative, experienced, and loyal, saw that it was not the welfare of Athens, but his own personal ambition and love of glory that was moving Alcibiades, and did everything in his power to dissuade the people from following such a rash and ambitious policy. He told them that even if they conquered Sicily, they could not hope to keep it, and that the course they were in favor of pursuing would only add to the hatred already felt for them by Sparta, and could only end in disaster. But the Athenians were deaf to the pleas of Nicias, and it was voted that the expedition should take place. Then the preparations began. Lists for service were made up at home, and orders were given to the allies. The city had newly discovered from the plague and from the constant pressure of war, a new population had grown up. There had been time for the accumulation of money during the peace, so that there was an abundance of everything at command. While they were in the midst of their preparations, the hermae, or square stone figures carved after the ancient Athenian fashion, and standing everywhere at the doorways, both of temples and private houses, in one night had nearly all of them throughout their city their faces mutilated. The offenders were not known, but great rewards were publicly offered for their detection, and a decree was passed that anyone, whether citizen, stranger, or slave, might, without fear of punishment, disclose this or any other profanation of which he was cognizant. The Athenians took the matter greatly to heart. It seemed to them ominous of the fate of the expedition, and they ascribed it to conspirators who wanted to effect a revolution and to overthrow the democracy. Certain metics and servants gave information, not indeed about the hermae, but about the mutilation of other statues which had shortly before been perpetrated by some young men in a drunken frolic. And of this impiety they accused, among others, Alcibiades. A party who were jealous of his influence over the people took up and exaggerated the charges against him, clamorously insisting that he was at the bottom of the whole affair. In proof, they alleged the excesses of his ordinary life, which were unbecoming in the citizen of a free state. He strove then and there to clear himself of the charges, and also offered to be tried before he sailed, for now all was ready, in order that if he were guilty, he might be punished, and if acquitted, might retain his command. But his enemies feared that if the trial took place at once, he would have the support of the army, and that the people would be lenient. They therefore exerted themselves to postpone the trial. To this they proposed that he should sail now and not delay the expedition, but should return and stand his trial within a certain number of days. Their intention was that he should be recalled and tried when they had stirred up a stronger feeling against him, which they could better do in his absence. So it was decided that Alcibiades should sail. About the middle of summer, the expedition started for Sicily. Early in the morning of the day appointed for their departure, the Athenians and such of their allies as had already joined them went down to the Piraeus and began to man the ships. The entire population of Athens accompanied them, citizens and strangers alike. The citizens came to take farewell, one of an acquaintance, another of a kinsman, another of a son. The crowd they passed along were full of hope and full of tears, hope of conquering Sicily, tears because they doubted whether they would ever see their friends again, when they thought of the long voyage on which they were sending them. At the moment of parting, the danger was near, and terrors, which had never occurred to them when they were voting the expedition, now entered into their souls. Nevertheless, their spirits revived in the sight of the armament in all its strength, and of the abundance of provisions which they had made. The strangers and the rest of the multitude came out of curiosity, desiring to witness an enterprise of which the greatness exceeded belief. No armament so magnificent or costly had ever been sent out by any single Hellenic power. Never had a greater expedition been sent to a foreign land. Never was there an enterprise in which the hope of future success seemed to be better justified by actual power. When the ships were manned and everything required for the voyage had been placed on board, silence was proclaimed by the sound of the trumpet, and all with one voice, before setting sail, offered up the customary prayers. Those were recited not in each ship, but by a single herald, the whole fleet accompanying him. On every deck, both officers and men, mingling wine in bowls, made libations from the vessels of gold and silver. The multitude of citizens and other well-wishers who were looking on from the land joined in the prayer. The crews raised the paean, and when the libations were completed, put out to sea. In due time, they reached Sicily, where their generals in command held a conference as to the best way of beginning the attack. In the meantime, the enemies of Alcibiades in Athens took up the charges of impiety which had been made against him, and did not rest until an order had been sent to Sicily ordering his return that he might be brought to trial. From every quarter suspicion had gathered around Alcibiades, and the Athenian people were determined to have him tried and executed. So they sent a summons to him and to others against whom information had been given. He was ordered to follow the officers home and defend himself, but the latter were told not to arrest him, for the Athenians, having regard to the interests in Sicily, were anxious not to cause excitement in their own camp or to attract the attention of the enemy. So Alcibiades and those who were accused with him left Sicily. They sailed in their own ship, but were escorted by the Athenian galleys sent for them. Before reaching Greece, both ships put in at a port in Italy, and here Alcibiades and his companions left their ship and disappeared. Fearing to return and stand their trial when the prejudice against them was so violent, they were sought for, but the crew of the galley could not find them, and so they gave up the search and returned home. Before making plans for a further escape, Alcibiades lay concealed for a short time in Italy. It seemed strange to one who was with him that he had not enough faith in Athenian justice to return home and face a trial. But when asked if he did not trust his own native country, Alcibiades replied, quote, "In everything else, yes, but in a matter that touches my life, I would not trust even my own mother, lest she might by mistake throw in the black ball instead of the white." Close quote. As Alcibiades did not appear in Athens to answer the charges against him, the assembly convicted him and his companions of impiety, confiscated their property, sentenced them to death, and pronounced a solemn curse on their names. When this news reached him, all he said was, quote, "I will make them feel that I am alive." Close quote. Alcibiades kept his word. He crossed to the Peloponnesus and went first to Argos. When he found there was no hope of his returning to Athens, he sent a message to Sparta asking for a safe conduct to that city and assuring the Spartans that he would make them amends by his future services for all the mischief he had done them while he was their enemy. The Spartans gave him the security for which he had asked, and he went to them eagerly and was well received. In return for this, he betrayed the weak points of his native city to her enemies and gave them valuable advice as to the best means of conquering Athens. Now, one characteristic of Alcibiades was the extraordinary ease with which he could adapt himself to his surroundings. Whenever he saw that it was to his own interest to adopt the habits and ways of those with whom he was in contact, he did so with no hesitation. At Sparta, he gave himself up to athletic exercises. He cut his hair short, bathed in cold water, and dined on black broth. In Ionia, he was luxurious, gay, and indolent. In Thrace, always drinking. In Thessaly, ever on horseback. And when later he lived with the Persian satrap, he exceeded the Persians themselves in magnificence and pomp. But though in Sparta, Alcibiades lived as a Spartan and appeared devoted to their interests, he was nevertheless an Athenian, and the Spartans did not trust him. The Greeks never wholly trusted each other, and the lack of sincerity in their political relations was one of the weak points in their character. When Alcibiades found that he was looked upon with suspicion in Sparta, and that his life was actually in danger, he fled to Ionia and took refuge with the Persian satrap, with whom he had become a great favorite. And indeed, the charm of daily intercourse with this extraordinarily fascinating and dangerous man was more than anyone could resist. Even those who feared and envied him could not but take delight and feel a friendliness toward him when they saw him and were in his company. It was only in his absence that his real character was recognized. And now followed a period of disloyal intrigue with the Persians. Alcibiades advised them to interfere in the war between Athens and Sparta, and sometimes to help one side and sometimes the other, until both should be exhausted that the Persian king could easily overcome them. Thus, not content with betraying the Greek to the Greek, Alcibiades descended to the shameful depths of betraying Greece to the barbarian. Part 4. The Downfall of Athens and the Supremacy of Sparta. Alcibiades had been summoned back to Athens at the very beginning of the expedition to Sicily. It was in the summer of 415 B.C. that the Athenian fleet had set out with such magnificence and with such hopes. 2 years later, news was brought to Athens, which at first the Athenians could not believe, so appalling was it. There had been a fearful battle in the harbor of Syracuse. The Athenians had been utterly vanquished, and great numbers had been imprisoned in the quarries, which were deep and narrow. The sun by day was still scorching and suffocating, for they had no roof over their heads, while the autumn nights were cold. They were only allowed about half a pint of water and a pint of food a day. Every kind of misery which could befall man in such place befell them. The Athenians had been utterly and at all points defeated. Fleet and army had perished from the face of the earth. Nothing was saved, and of the many who went forth, few returned home. The Athenians were at first in utter despair. Whichever way they looked, there was trouble. They were overwhelmed by their calamity, and they were in fear and consternation unutterable. The citizens mourned, and the city mourned. They had lost the flower of their youth, and there were none to replace them. And when they saw an insufficient number of ships in their docks, and no crews to man them, nor money in the treasury, they despaired of deliverance. During the following winter, all Hellas was stirred by the great overthrow of the Athenians in Sicily. The states which had been neutral determined that the time had come when, invited or not, they could no longer stand aloof from the war. They must of their own accord attack the Athenians. They considered, one and all, that if the Sicilian expedition had succeeded, they would sooner or later have been attacked by them. The war would not last long, and they might as well share in the glory of it. The Lacedaemonian allies, animated by a common feeling, were more eager than ever to make a speedy end of their protracted hardships. But none showed greater alacrity than the subjects of the Athenians, who were everywhere willing, even beyond their power to revolt, judged by their excited feelings, and would not admit a possibility that the Athenians would survive another summer. Athens was hated because from being the great deliverer of Greece, she had become a tyrant and an oppressor, and the small states who had been ruled by her were more than ready to transfer their allegiance to Sparta, who held out promises of freedom from oppression if they would join her. Yet Sparta was at this very time bargaining with the Persian king and promising that she would recognize his right to rule over all that the great kings had formerly ruled, even the Greeks who lived in Asia Minor, in return for money with which Sparta would pay her sailors. Never had Athens sunk so low as that. The end was not far off. But Athens, having recovered from her first overwhelming despair, regained some of her old courage. She economized in every way so that new ships could be built, and kept on the alert lest she should be taken unawares by some surprise attack. It was at this moment that Alcibiades began to intrigue and plot for a return to Athens. Gradually, his friends gained the upper hand. The government of Athens had not been successful, and it was overthrown. It had been said that the feeling of the Athenians toward Alcibiades was that they love, they hate, but cannot do without him, and they proved the truth of the saying by recalling him. As of old, when once they came under the charm of his personality, the Athenians yielded to their enthusiasm for him. As soon as he was landed, the multitude who came out to meet him scarcely seemed so much as to see any of the other captains, but came in throngs about Alcibiades, and saluted him with loud acclamations, and followed him. Those who could press near him crowned him with garlands, and they who could not come up so close, yet stayed to behold him from afar off. And the old men pointed him out and showed him to the young ones. Yet there was a bitterness mixed with this rejoicing, for the Athenians remembered that it was by following the advice of this man that some of the greatest disasters had fallen upon them. The story of all that followed may be read in the pages of Thucydides and Xenophon. For a time Athens seemed to regain her old power, and she won so great a victory over the Spartans that these proposed a peace. But it was to be a peace as between equals, and Athens would hear of no peace unless she herself should dictate it. So the war continued until the ill success of some ships in an engagement with the Spartans caused the people to turn once more against Alcibiades, and again he was exiled. After that the end came quickly. In 405 B.C., one last great battle was fought, in which the Athenians were utterly defeated. The news of this disaster was taken to Athens, and it was night when the messenger arrived. When the tale was told, a bitter wail of woe broke forth. From Piraeus, following the line of the long walls up to the heart of the city, it swept and swelled as each man to his neighbor passed on the news. On that night no man slept. There was mourning and sorrow for those who were lost, but the lamentation was merged in even greater sorrow for themselves as they pictured the evils they were about to suffer. On the following day the public assembly met, and after debate it was resolved to block up all the harbors save one, to put the walls in a state of defense, to post guards at various points, and to make all other necessary preparations for a siege. The Spartans came and closed in upon Athens. 150 ships were all moored off the Piraeus, and a strict blockade was established against all merchant ships entering the harbor. The Athenians, finding themselves besieged by land and sea, were in sore perplexity what to do. Without ships, without allies, without provisions, the belief gained hold upon them that there was no way to escape. They must now, in their turn, suffer what they themselves had inflicted upon others. At last, starved into submission, they surrendered, and terms were made with Sparta. They were bitter and humiliating terms. That the long walls and fortification of Piraeus should be destroyed, that the Athenian fleet, with the exception of 12 vessels, should be surrendered, that the exiles should be restored, and lastly, that the Athenians should acknowledge the leadership of Sparta in peace and war, leaving to her the choice of friends and foes, and following her lead by land and sea. The Athenians themselves were made to help in the destruction of the walls, and as they did so, their enemies rejoiced to the music of the flute, believing that with the fall of Athens would dawn a day of liberty for Greece. For over 30 years, Sparta ruled in Greece. At the beginning of the Peloponnesian War, she had demanded of Athens that she should restore the liberties of all the Greeks who were her allies. Athens had refused, and now the Greek world waited anxiously to see what use Sparta would make of her great victory. It soon became evident that the rule of Sparta was not to be a light one. Military governors were placed in every city of the old Delian League, and the citizens were forced to pay heavy tribute to Sparta. 30 men were set to rule in Athens, and for the 8 months that these 30 were in power, Athens endured cruelty, tyranny, and lawlessness. The Spartan domination soon became so unendurable that one by one a number of Athenians fled from the city and took refuge in Thebes. In Thebes, who had hitherto been one of the bitterest enemies of Athens, but who now realized that freedom and justice were not to be found in the Spartan ideal of empire, for it was nothing less than empire at which Sparta was aiming. At last a sufficient number of exiles had gathered at Thebes for them to make an attempt to drive out the 30 from Athens. They were successful, and the old Athenian form of government was restored. But there was no real peace, and for a few years fighting went on in different places. Sometimes Sparta was successful, sometimes Athens, but nothing decisive happened. At last Sparta began to intrigue with Persia, and in 386 B.C., Artaxerxes the king interfered in the affairs of Greece and proposed terms of peace, known as the King's Peace, which were accepted. The Greek cities in Asia Minor were to belong once more to the Persians, and all the other Greek city-states were to be independent, and the treaty concluded with the words, quote, "Should any refuse to accept this peace, I, Artaxerxes, will make war upon them with the help of those who are of my mind, both by land and sea, with ships and with money." Close quote. It was the betrayal of Greece to the ancient foe. The Greek states had never been able to unite for long at a time. Had they been able to hold together, and especially Athens and Sparta had done so, they would have prevailed against the Persian in Asia Minor and maintained the independence of their kinsmen in Ionia. But their jealous fears of anything that might limit their freedom as independent states made any permanent alliance impossible, and the long years of Peloponnesian War not all unjustifiable, had bred hatreds and suspicions, greed and jealousy from which Greece never recovered. But though politically her power was gone, her work for the world was not yet finished. Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, had a younger brother, Cyrus, who was accused to him of plotting against his life. He had Cyrus seized and would have put him to death, but his mother made intercession for him, and so his life was spared. This set Cyrus to thinking not only of how he might avoid ever again being in his brother's power, but how, if possible, he might become king in his stead. Now Cyrus was a man who was much beloved. He was honorable, upright, and chivalrous, and marvelously skilled in horsemanship. He understood not only how to make friends, but also how to keep them, and any man who did him willing service was sure to win his reward. For this reason, Cyrus was always able to command men who were willing to follow him in any undertaking, no matter how dangerous it might be. In order to possess himself of the throne of his brother, it was necessary for Cyrus to raise an army, and he sent trusted agents to various places to collect as many men as would be willing to follow him on a hazardous expedition. Amongst other men who joined his army were a great many Greeks. Though the king's peace was not made for some years after this, the great battles of the Peloponnesian War were over, and there were large numbers of men who had spent so many years in fighting that they were restless and unwilling to return to their old settled life. About 10,000 Greeks joined the army of Cyrus, and in 401 B.C. they set out. These Greeks had not been told the real object of the expedition. They thought they were to fight against some hill tribes in Asia Minor, and they joined the rest of the army in Sardis, not knowing the long march they were about to begin. At first all seemed to be going well, but when they had gone for some distance, the Greeks began to suspect that they were going further than they had expected, and some of them wanted to turn back. But Cyrus promised to give them more pay, and they continued their march. On they went until they reached the Euphrates. They crossed the river, and for some days they continued their march along the opposite bank until they reached Cunaxa, not far from Babylon. Here at length Cyrus met the Persian army, which came against him under the king, his brother. A fierce battle followed, in which the Greeks were victorious, but Cyrus was killed, and so the victory availed them nothing. The Persians entrapped the Greek generals and murdered them, and there is nothing left for the Greeks to do but in some way or other to return to Greece. But Greece was more than 1,000 miles off, and they did not know the way. They had no leaders, they were in a strange land and surrounded by enemies, and they had no means of procuring supplies by the way. Nevertheless, they decided, in spite of all these difficulties, to choose new generals and to start. The chief of the new generals was a young Athenian called Xenophon, and he advised the Greeks, who were 10,000 of them, to burn all the baggage that they did not need and to set out and find their way as best they could to Greece. They followed his advice, and Xenophon himself has given us the account of that march of the 10,000 back to Greece. He called his story the Anabasis, or the march up country, and he tells us how they went through strange and unknown lands, and how they suffered from enemies, from cold and from hunger. They followed the Tigris for a time and followed the ruins of Nineveh, but so complete had been that destruction of that proud city that the retreating Greeks did not know that they were treading her beneath their feet. Winter came on, and the cold was terrible. In one place they marched through deep snow, with the north wind blowing in their teeth, benumbing the men. They suffered from snow blindness and frostbite, and some of them, in despair, refused to go on. But in spite of these hardships, the greater number went on until at length they reached a city where they were given a friendly reception. The governor of the city gave them a guide, who promised that within 5 days he would lead them to a place from which they could see the sea, and, he added, if I fail my word, you are free to take my life. He kept that promise, and on the 5th day they reached a mountain which the men in front immediately climbed. From the top they caught sight of the sea, a symbol to the Greeks of home and safety. A great cry rose, and the shout grew louder and louder, so that Xenophon feared that something extraordinary had happened, and he mounted his horse and galloped to the rescue. But as he grew nearer, he heard the soldiers shouting and passing on to each other the joyful cry, Thalata, Thalata, the sea, the sea. When all had reached the summit, they fell to embracing one another, generals and officers and all, and the tears flowed down their cheeks. The sea was the Euxine, and without very great difficulty the Greeks found ships which took them home. But before they left the spot from whence they had first seen the sea, they erected a great pile of stones, on which they laid all that was left to them of their scanty possessions, some skins and wicker shields and staves, and these they dedicated to the gods of Greece for having granted them so great a deliverance. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by elmachina. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 17, The Great Days of Thebes. 1. Legends and Early History of Thebes. Up to the end of the Peloponnesian War, the history of Greece had been chiefly the history of Athens and Sparta. The end of the war left Sparta supreme, but she did not know how to use her power. She was stern and harsh, cared little for literature, and disliked changes. She had not the imagination to put herself in the place of Athens, and to understand how she should rule such independent, seafaring, intellectually alert, and artistic people. The short period of her supremacy ended in failure, and then she was, in her turn, overthrown by another Greek state. This state was Thebes, a state which had not hitherto played a very honourable part in Greek history. Always jealous of Athens, she had taken every opportunity to side against her. She had treated the sturdy, independent little city of Plataea with great cruelty. She had sided with the barbarian invader during the Persian Wars, and with Sparta during the Peloponnesian War, and it was only when the Spartan rule became intolerable to friends and enemies alike that she offered a refuge to the Athenian exiles. The city of Thebes lay in the rich plains of Boeotia, where meat and corn and wine were to be had abundantly. The nearby hills provided excellent hunting, and the Thebans were a people known to their neighbours as loving pleasure and all the good things of the world, as being good fighters, but men who were intellectually dull. There were some exceptions, however, for Thebes produced 2 men of genius, Pindar, the poet, and Epaminondas, the mighty general. Pindar was born in the 6th century B.C., but he lived to be an old man, and the Persians had been driven out of Greece before he died. He was a noble, and his poems are the last lyrics that sing of an order of society that was about to give way to the rule of the people. Many of Pindar's lyrics were written in honour of the winners at the Olympic Games, and in reading them one can almost see the chariot racing along the course, and hear the people shouting, and feel the joy of the victor as he receives his prize. Pindar was very conservative. He belonged to a generation which had not yet begun to question the existence of the gods, and all his poems are filled with unquestioning faith in them and in their righteousness. Especially did he delight to honour Apollo, and long after his death it was believed that he was particularly dear to the god, for it was said that every night at Delphi he was honoured by the summons, "Let Pindar the poet come in to the supper of the god." But if Thebes had had no honoured past in history, she was rich in legend and story. Thebes had been founded by Cadmus in obedience to the word of Apollo. On the spot where the city was to be built, he had slain a fearful dragon, and taking the dragon's teeth he had sown them in the ground as a sower sows his seed, and immediately a host of armed men had sprung up from the ground, who became the first citizens of the new city. With their help, Cadmus built a citadel which was known through all the days of Theban history as the Cadmea. Thebes was surrounded by strong walls, and the city was entered by 7 gates. Another story told how the foundations of these walls and gateways had been laid by Amphion, who then took his lyre and played such divine music on it that the walls rose by magic as he played, until they stood in such strength that they completely protected the city, and later were able to endure a great siege. But the gods had not always smiled upon Thebes. Pindar tells us that, for every good a mortal receives from the gods, he must likewise receive 2 evils. And this seemed to be true of the royal house of Thebes. Dark and tragic are the tales of the fate of these ancient rulers. It was Oedipus who, having first guessed the answer to the riddle of the Sphinx, then in ignorance killed his own father and became king, only to learn in later years of what he had done, and to be driven forth from his kingdom, blind and helpless. Other legends tell of Antigone, the faithful daughter of Oedipus, who accompanied him in his wanderings and tended him until his death. 2. Epaminondas. Epaminondas was born in Thebes late in the 5th century BC. He belonged to a very old family, one of the few which claimed to be descended from the dragon's teeth sown by Cadmus. Though of an ancient family, he was poor, but he was among the best educated among the Thebans. He had been taught to play the harp and to sing to its accompaniment, to play the flute and to dance. A wise philosopher was his instructor, to whom he was so attached that, young as he was, he preferred the society of the grave and stern old man to that of companions of his own age. After he grew up and began to practice gymnastics, he studied not so much to increase the strength as the agility of his body, for he thought that strength suited the purposes of wrestlers, but that agility made a man a better soldier, so he spent most of his time in warlike exercises. Epaminondas, we are told, was modest, prudent, grave, wisely availing himself of opportunities, skilled in war, brave in action, and of remarkable courage. He was so great a lover of truth that he would not tell a falsehood, even in jest. He was also master of his passions, and gentle in disposition. He was a remarkable keeper of secrets, a quality no less serviceable sometimes than ability to speak eloquently. Amongst the statesmen who helped to make Greece great, none were more honourable or of greater integrity than Epaminondas. It was not possible to corrupt or bribe him, and he was entirely free from covetousness. This was shown when the envoy of King Artaxerxes the Persian came to Thebes to bribe Epaminondas with a large sum of gold, to get the Thebans to help the king, but Epaminondas said to him, "There is no need for money in this matter, for if the king desires what is for the good of the Thebans, I am ready to do it for nothing. If otherwise, he has not sufficient silver or gold to move me, for I would not exchange the riches of the whole world for my love for my country. I do not wonder that you have tried me thus as you did not know me, seeing that you thought me like yourself, and I forgive you. But get you away immediately, lest you corrupt others, though unable to corrupt me." Under Epaminondas, Thebes became the ruling power in Greece, but only for a very short time. The Thebans were good soldiers only as long as they had inspiring leaders. Without a great leader, they were unable to hold what they had gained. One of the characteristics of a great man is that he knows how to use his opportunities, and Epaminondas had this gift. The story of his life is the story of a great general. At his side was his friend Pelopidas, a man of extraordinary courage, of great enthusiasm, and of utter devotion to his leader. Epaminondas made the Theban army a very formidable fighting force, and with this powerful army he set himself to break the power of Sparta, and to put that of Thebes in its place. In 371 BC, the Spartans were defeated by the Thebans under Epaminondas in a great battle at Leuctra, not far from Thebes, and this victory made Thebes for the time the chief military power in Greece. For 9 years she kept her power, though fighting continued. Epaminondas wanted to capture Sparta itself, and he marched 4 times down into the Peloponnesus. In spite of the long marches his men were obliged to make, they were in splendid condition. They had implicit faith in their general, and would follow him anywhere. There was no labour which they would shrink from, either by night or by day. There was no danger they would flinch from, and with the scantiest provisions their discipline never failed them. The Thebans had marched for the 4th time to the Peloponnesus, and they were at MapstoneA, and here in 362 BC Epaminondas fought his last great battle against Sparta. Thebes was victorious, but she bought her victory dearly, for Epaminondas was mortally wounded. As he was carried from the field, he asked for the 2 captains who stood nearest to him, and would take his place, but he was told that both had been killed. "Then make peace with the enemy," he murmured, and drawing out the spear which had wounded him, he fell back dead. Epaminondas was dead, and there was no one to take his place. He had broken the power of Sparta, and the Peloponnesus was now divided into a number of camps, each at war with the other, and confusion reigned everywhere in Greece. Thebes had been no more able to unite Greece than Sparta had been, but under Epaminondas the art of war had been so developed and changed that in the hands of a commander of genius an army had become a more formidable weapon than had ever before been deemed possible. 6 years before the Battle of Mantinea, a half-barbarian boy of 15 had been brought from Macedonia to Thebes as a hostage. This boy was Philip of Macedon, and he spent 3 years in Thebes, learning all that the greatest military state then in Greece could teach him. He was destined himself to be a great commander, and the father of one yet greater. There was now no Greek state powerful enough to uphold Greek freedom. As a statesman, Epaminondas had failed, for he left nothing but confusion behind him, but as a general of genius, he was the teacher of Philip and Alexander of Macedon, whose growing power was now to menace the freedom not only of Greece, but of the world. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 18a, Alexander the Great. Part 1, Philip of Macedon. History is the story of the way in which man has learned how to live, and in learning this, man has come from time to periods of great change, periods when the old order of things has changed, passing into the new. These times are always very difficult for those who live in them, for so much of the old seems to be undergoing destruction that the building of the new is not noticed, for those who destroy generally make more noise than those who build. Greece was living through one of these periods of change when Philip became king of Macedon. Not very much is known about the early Macedonians. They were partly barbarian and partly Greek, and when they first appear in history were very disunited. In the plains dwelt a number of tribes who were said to be of Greek origin. They were closely bound to the king, and the chief of them were known as his companions. Scattered about the hills were numerous tribes, more barbarous than the Greek, who looked on the king of Macedonia as their overlord, but who were a constant source of danger to him, as they were frequently struggling for independence. When a weak king ruled, the story of Macedonia became that of petty warfare with these hill tribes. But strong kings were always trying to unite these warring elements into a nation. In 359 B.C., Philip became king of Macedonia. He had spent 3 years in Thebes, where he had seen the transformation that the military genius of Epaminondas had effected in the Theban army, and now at the age of 24 he found himself ruler of Macedonia. But his inheritance was one that might have daunted the stoutest heart. He had no allies and no money. Enemies surrounded him on all sides, and there was no unity in his kingdom. But he had youth, a few faithful friends, unbounded ambition, and a body fit to endure any hardships. Philip never asked anything of his soldiers that he was not ready to do himself, yet he was not a man whom they loved, and he inspired fear rather than affection. Philip had 3 definite aims in his policy: to create a standing army, one that would be ready to march and fight at all times, in winter as well as summer, to unite all Macedonia into a real kingdom, and then to unite all Greece under his rule. Having done that, he intended to march into Asia against the Persian king. Philip created his army, he subdued and united Macedonia, and then he was ready to turn to Greece. Athens, Sparta, and Thebes were now all weak. The power of the city-state was passing away, and was to yield in time to the new idea of national unity, but it was not to yield without a conflict. The struggle between Philip and the Greek states was more than a struggle between a strong state and several weak ones. It was a conflict of ideas. On the one side was Athens and the states who sided with her, the last representatives of the independent city-state who still jealously guarded their political freedom. On the other side was Philip, who represented this new idea of national unity. He determined to subdue most of Greece by force, but he would have liked Athens to yield to him of her own free will. The power of her fleet and her armies had been broken, but her thought, her art, and her culture remained. Could Philip have been received by Athens with goodwill and been recognized by her as the leader of all Greece? He would have held it of greater importance than any military victory. He wrote letters to her statesmen, sent special envoys to Athens to plead his cause. He tried to prove to her that her fears of him were groundless, and he treated the very soil of Attica as if it were sacred. It is a striking picture. Philip the warrior at the head of a powerful army, lowering his sword before the politically weak little state because of the might of her spirit. And that spirit was not dead. One more flash of the old Athenian independence flamed out in the defiance she hurled at Philip. Philip advanced. He seized and held Thermopylae, the gateway into Greece. He upheld the rights of Delphi against a neighboring state and was recognized by the oracle as the defender of Apollo. Then he marched into Boeotia, where Athens and Thebes made a last tremendous stand against him. In 338 B.C., one of the decisive battles of the world was fought at Chaeronea. On one side was an army of the last representatives of the old city-state, a confused array of men, some of them citizen soldiers serving without pay, some of them hired mercenaries, and on the other side the first great army of one united nation. The battle was fought on a hot summer's day, and it was fierce and long. But at length the Greek gave way, and Philip was victorious. He had little mercy for Thebes, and she drank the cup of bitterness to the dregs. Some of her leaders were banished, others were put to death. A Macedonian garrison was placed in the city, and all Theban lands were confiscated. Athens was treated with greater mercy. On the day of the victory over her, Philip did not laugh at table or mix any amusements with the entertainment. He had no chaplets or perfumes, and as far as was in his power, he conquered in such a way that nobody might think of him as a conqueror. And neither did he call himself the king, but the general of Greece. To the Athenians, who had been his bitterest enemies, he sent back their prisoners without ransom, and restored the bodies of those that were slain in battle for burial. And he sent Alexander, his son, to make peace and an alliance with them. Underlying all his ambition, all his reliance on military power, was yet the feeling, partly unconscious, yet there, that after all the things of the spirit were greater than those of pomp and power, and he longed for recognition from Athens. But Athens, though forced to recognize his supremacy, never accepted him willingly. Philip's next move was to organize an expedition into Asia in order to crush the power of Persia. And as such an expedition would take Philip out of Greece, most of the Greek states agreed to join in. But he first returned to Macedonia, where enemies were always to be found stirring up hostility to him. A royal marriage gave a good excuse for a great public festivity, and a procession was planned in which Philip, robed in white, was to walk in state. It must have been a moment of great triumph. His ambitions were fulfilled. the Macedonian army was the greatest in the world, he had united the hostile elements of his kingdom and made them a nation. He had conquered Greece and had been recognized as the chief general of all the Greek armies, and now he was about to set forth to conquer Persia. He was still young, and there seemed nothing to prevent the fulfillment of every further ambition. But suddenly, as the stately procession moved forward, a man darted out from the crowd of spectators, buried his dagger deep in the heart of the king, and Philip fell dead. He was succeeded by his son Alexander, who, in a speech to the Macedonians, summed up the achievements of his father. He said to them, "My father found you, vagabond and poor, most of you clad only in skins, tending a few sheep on the mountainsides, and to protect them you had to fight against the border tribes, often with small success. Instead of the skins, my father gave you cloaks to wear, and he led you down from the hills into the plains and made you the equal in battle of the neighboring barbarians, so that your safety depended no longer upon the inaccessibility of your mountain strongholds, but on your own valor. He taught you to live in cities, and he gave you good laws and customs, and instead of being the slaves and subjects of those barbarians, by whom you and your possessions had long since been harried, he made you lords over them. He also added the greater part of Thrace to Macedonia, and by seizing the most conveniently situated places on the sea coast, he threw open your country to commerce. He made it possible for you to work your mines in safety. He made you rulers over the Thessalonians, of whom you had formerly been in mortal fear, and by humbling the Phocians, he gave you, instead of a narrow and difficult road into Greece, a broad and easy one. To such a degree did he humble the Athenians and Thebans, who had ever been ready to fall upon Macedonia, that instead of your paying tribute to the former and being vassals to the latter, both states turned to us for protection. He marched into the Peloponnesus, and after setting affairs there in order, he was publicly declared commander-in-chief of the whole of Greece in the expedition against the Persians. And he considered this great distinction not as personal honor to himself, but as a glory for Macedonia. The new king was only 20 years old. It seemed as if his father had been cut off at the height of his career, and that his death would mean nothing but disaster to the power of Macedonia. But what seems like a tragedy and the failure of human hopes is sometimes the door through which an individual or a nation passes to greater things. Philip had done his work. He was a great soldier and had made great conquests, but he inspired no love, and he lacked the imagination which would have made him see with the eyes of the conquered, and so rule them that they would have become real parts of a mighty whole. His son was young, but he had this gift, and so the tragedy of his father's death was beginning of new and greater opportunities for him, and the door through which Greece was to pass from the old order into the new. Part 2. Demosthenes. Although forced to acknowledge the political supremacy of Philip, Athens had never given him the real homage he so greatly deserved, that of the spirit. And that she persisted in her refusal was largely due to the orator Demosthenes. Politically, Athens was now weak, and her constant wars were a great strain on all their resources. But at this time, most of her fighting was done at a distance from Athens by hired mercenaries. A great change had come over her since the days of Marathon and Salamis. No longer was it the pride of the Athenians that her citizens themselves defended her. And though the young men liked to boast that their forefathers had fought at Marathon, they preferred a more pleasure-loving life than was possible in a camp, and so they paid other men to go out and fight for them. Demosthenes fought against this spirit, and when Philip made advances to Athens and tried to conclude an alliance with her, Demosthenes made speech after speech against such a policy, imploring the people not to make terms with the stranger, but to make ready for war and to give their own lives on the battlefield instead of paying others to die for them. Demosthenes had been a delicate child, very shy, with stammering in his speech. He grew up, however, with a passion for oratory, and he would go to hear the noted orators of his time and listen to every word they said, going home afterward to practice the art of speaking himself. The first time he spoke in public, he met with discouragement, for his style was awkward, his voice was weak, and he stammered. He determined, however, that he would overcome all these obstacles, and he built himself a place to study in underground, and hither he would come constantly every day to form his action and to exercise his voice, and here he would continue, oftentimes without intermission, 2 or 3 months together, shaving one half of his head, that so for shame he might not go abroad, though he desired it ever so much. It was known that Demosthenes worked very hard over his speeches, and that he never spoke in the assembly unless he had thought over the subject and prepared what he intended to say. It became a matter of joke in Athens that instead of depending upon inspiration, his speeches smelt of the lamp. In his old age, Demosthenes told some of his friends how he had overcome his defects in speech. His inarticulate and stammering pronunciation he overcame and rendered more distinct by speaking with pebbles in his mouth. His voice he disciplined by declaiming and reciting speeches or verses when he was out of breath, while running or going up steep places, and that in his house he had a large looking-glass before which he would stand and go through his exercises. To cure a habit he had of raising his left shoulder while speaking, he suspended a naked sword over it whenever he practiced, and he would stand on the seashore during a storm to declaim, so that he might accustom himself to the uproar in a public assembly. Demosthenes has been called the greatest of orators. Opinions have differed since as to whether his policy was the wisest for Athens to follow at that moment, but every word he uttered was inspired by a passionate love for Athens, and he at all times entreated the Athenians to be true to their own great spirit and their ancient patriotism. Never to this day, he said on one occasion, has this people been eager for the acquisition of money, but for honor it has been eager as for nothing else in the world. It is a sign of this that when Athens had money in greater abundance than any other Hellenic people, she spent it all in the cause of honor. Her citizens contributed from their private resources, and she never shrank from danger when glory was to be won. Therefore she has those eternal and abiding possessions, the memory of her actions and the beauty of her offerings dedicated in honor of them. The porticos which you see, the Parthenon, the colonnades, and the dockyards. The speeches of Demosthenes against the policy of making friends with Philip are known as the Philippics, a word which has become part of later language, and in the greatest of these he shows the Athenians how their lowered ideals have permitted political corruption and were leading them to destruction. Well, what is the cause of these things? He asked. For as at was not without reason that the Hellenes in old days were so prompt for freedom, so it is not without cause or reason that they are now so prompt to be slaves. There was a spirit, men of Athens, a spirit in the mind of the people in those days which is absent today, the spirit which vanquished the wealth of Persia, which led Hellas in the path of freedom, and never gave way in face of battle by sea or land. A spirit whose extinction today has brought universal ruin and turned Hellas upside down. And what was this spirit? It was nothing subtle or clever. It meant that those who took money from those who aimed at domination or the ruin of Hellas were execrated by all. Where are such sentiments now? They have been sold in the market and are gone. In burning words, Demosthenes pleaded with the Athenians to fight themselves with their old spirit for their freedom. I wonder that you, men of Athens, who once raised your hand against Sparta in defense of the rights of the Hellenes, who spent your own fortunes in war contributions, and who always bore the brunt of the dangers of the campaign, that you, I say, are now shrinking from marching, and hesitating to make any contribution to save your own possessions. This is our own personal and immediate duty, and I say that you must contribute funds, and you must go on service in person with a good will. You must get rid of all excuses and all deficiencies on your own part. You cannot examine mercilessly the actions of others unless you yourselves have done all that your duty requires. Demosthenes possessed the power of appealing to both the reason and the emotions of his hearers, and in the end Athens followed his advice. But it resulted in disaster. Those who had opposed Demosthenes, especially the statesman Aeschines, turned upon him in anger and accused him of sacrificing the lives of young men and of spending their treasure for nothing. Athens had followed his advice and had been beaten, and now Philip was her master. As Aeschines and his opponents had been laying such stress on the consequences of his policy, Demosthenes defended himself in what was perhaps the greatest of his speeches. In one part of it, he warned the Athenians that what he had to say might startle them, but let no one, he said, in the name of heaven be amazed at the length to which I go, but give a kindly consideration to what I say, even if what was to come was plain to all beforehand, even if all foreknew it, even if you, Aeschines, had not been trying with a loud voice in warning and protestation, you who uttered not so much as a sound, even then, I say, it was not right for the city to abandon her course. If she had any regard for her fame, or for our forefathers, or for the ages to come. As it is, she is thought, no doubt, to have failed to secure her object, as happens to all alike whenever good wills it. But then, by abandoning in favor of Philip her claim to take the lead of others, she must have incurred the blame of having betrayed them all. Had she surrendered without a struggle those claims, in defense of which our forefathers faced every imaginable peril, who would not have cast scorn upon you, Aeschines? Upon you, I say. Not, I trust, upon Athens, nor upon me. In God's name, with what faces should we have looked upon those who came to visit the city, if events had not come around to the same conclusion as they now have? If Philip had been chosen as commander and lord of all, and we stood apart while others carried on the struggle to prevent these things, and that although the city had never yet in time past preferred an inglorious security to the hazardous vindication of a noble cause, What Hellene, what foreigner does not know that the Thebans and the Spartans, who were powerful still earlier, and the Persian king would all greatly and gladly have allowed Athens to take and keep all that was her own, if she would do the bidding of others and let another take the first place in Hellas. But this was not, it appears, the tradition of the Athenians. It was not tolerable, it was not in their nature. From the beginning of time, no one had ever yet succeeded in persuading the city to throw in her lot with those who were strong but unrighteous in their dealings, and to enjoy the security of servitude. Throughout all time, she has maintained her perilous struggles for preeminence, honor, and glory. And this policy you look upon as so lofty, so proper to your own national character, that of your fathers also. It is those who have acted thus that you praise most highly. And naturally, for those who would not admire the courage of those men, who did not fear to leave their land and their city, and to embark upon their ships that they might not do the bidding of another, who chose for their general Themistocles, who had counseled them thus, and stoned Cercelius to death, when he gave them his voice for submission to a master's orders, and not him alone. For your wives stoned his wife also to death. For the Athenians of that day did not look for an orator or a general who would enable them to live in happy servitude. They cared not to live at all unless they might live in freedom. For every one of them felt that he had come into being not for his father and his mother alone, but also for his country. And wherein lies the difference? He who thinks he was born for his parents alone awaits the death which destiny assigns him in the course of nature. But he who thinks that he was born for his country also will be willing to die that he may not see her in bondage, and look upon the outrages and indignities that he must needs bear in a city that is in bondage, as more to be dreaded than death. Now, if I were attempting to argue that I had induced you to show a spirit worthy of your forefathers, there is not a man who might not rebuke me with good reason. But in fact, I am declaring that such principles as these are your own. I am showing that before my time the city displayed this spirit, though I claim that I too have had some share, as your servant, in carrying out your policy in detail. But in denouncing policy as a whole, in bidding you to be harsh with me, as one who has brought terrors and dangers upon the city, the prosecutor, in his eagerness to deprive me of my distinction at the present moment, is trying to rob you of praises that will last throughout all time. For if you condemn the defendant on the ground that my policy was not for the best, men will think that your own judgment has been wrong, and that it was not through the unkindness of fortune that you suffered what befell you. But it cannot be that you were wrong, men of Athens, when you took upon you the struggle for freedom and deliverance. No, by those who at Marathon bore the brunt of the peril, our forefathers. No, by those who at Plataea drew up their battle line, by those who at Salamis, by those who went off Artemisium, fought the fight at sea, by the many who lie in the sepulchres where the people laid them, brave men, all alike deemed worthy by their country, Aeschines, of the same honor and the same obsequies, not the successful or the victorious alone. And she acted justly, for all these have done that which it was the duty of brave men to do. But their fortune has been that which heaven assigned to each. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit the LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 18b, Alexander the Great. Part 3, Alexander the Great. At the age of 20, Alexander succeeded to Philip's throne. He is one of the personalities in history who have most appealed to the imagination, not only of his contemporaries, but of all ages. He had the beauty of a young Greek god, a brilliant mind, and personal charm which endeared him to his companions. From his father he had inherited great military genius, extraordinary powers of organization, tireless energy, and an inordinate ambition. And from his mother, a wild, half-barbarian princess, a passionate nature, given to outbursts of fierce and uncontrollable anger, and a romantic imagination. During the boyhood of Alexander, his father was constantly away at war, but he saw to it that his son was well educated. His first teachers accustomed him to a Spartan discipline, and so trained his body that in later years he was able to undergo fatigue and endure hardships that astonished all who were with him. When Alexander was 12 years old, an episode occurred which convinced his father that he needed the best guidance that could be found for him. A horse, Bucephalus by name, was offered to Philip for the sum of 13 talents, and the king, with the prince and many others, went into the field to try him. But they found him so very vicious and unmanageable that he reared up when they endeavored to mount him, and would not so much as endure the voice of any Philip's attendants, upon which they were leading him away as wholly useless and untractable. Alexander, who stood by, said, "What an excellent horse! Do they lose for want of address and boldness to manage him?" Philip at first took no notice of what he said, but when he heard him repeat the same thing several times, and saw he was much vexed to see the horse sent away, "Do you reproach," said he to him, "those who are older than yourself, as if you knew more and were better able to manage him than they?" "I could manage this horse," said he, "better than others do." "And if you do not," said Philip, "what will you forfeit for your rashness?" "I will pay," answered Alexander, "the whole price of the horse." At this the whole company fell a-laughing, and as soon as the wager was settled amongst them, he immediately ran to the horse, and taking hold of the bridle, turned him directly toward the sun, having, it seems, observed that he was disturbed at and afraid of the motion of his own shadow, then let him go forward a little, and still keeping the reins in his hands and stroking him gently, when he found him again to grow eager and fiery, with one nimble leap he securely mounted him, and when he was seated, by little and little drew in the bridle and curbed him, without either striking or spurring him. Presently, when he found him free from all rebelliousness, he let him go at full speed. Philip and his friends looked on at first in silence and anxiety for the result, till seeing him turn and come back rejoicing and triumphing for all he had performed, they all burst out into acclamations of applause, and his father, shedding tears, it is said, for joy, kissed him as he came down from his horse, and in his transport said, "O my son, look thee out a kingdom equal to and worthy of thyself, for Macedonia is too little for thee." It was evident that Alexander would not submit to be controlled in what he did, But a steady guiding hand was needed to develop his best nature, and so Philip sent for the philosopher Aristotle, who was his tutor for 4 years. Aristotle taught him the best that Greece could offer in literature, philosophy, and natural science. Alexander had no small opinion of his own powers, and considered himself quite the equal, if not the superior, of the best minds of his time, and he wanted to be recognized as such. Later, when Aristotle had published some of his writings, Alexander wrote to him, quote, "You have not done well to publish your books of oral doctrine, for what is there now that we excel others in, if those things which we have been particularly instructed in be laid open to all?" Close quote. Alexander had been born with a love for study, and his education gave him a real appreciation of all that was best in Greek thought. He used to sleep with a copy of Homer under his pillow, and he told Aristotle that he would rather excel others in the knowledge of what is excellent than in the extent of his power and dominion. Close quote. Alexander grew to love his tutor greatly, and in after years he would say that as from his father he had received life, so from Aristotle had he learned to lead a good life. Such a personality soon made Alexander the idol of Macedonia, but as in the case of his father, that was not enough. Macedonia, and therefore in the eyes of Greece, a half-barbarian, he wanted to be accepted by the Greeks as a Greek, and to receive their hero worship. Like Philip, he was determined to march into Asia, subdue the Persian king, and become a world ruler. But it was necessary that he should subdue Greece first. He did this very quickly, and in 335 B.C., 1 year after he became king, he marched against Thebes, which had organized a revolt against him. He came upon the city with almost magical swiftness, for in 13 days he had transported his army 250 miles. A rumor had spread in Greece that he was dead, but suddenly there he was before the walls of Thebes. In 2 days all was over. The city was razed to the ground, and the inhabitants either slain or sold into slavery. Yet in the midst of all the horror, Alexander gave an order which seized upon the Greek imagination. The house of Pindar was to be left untouched, for no war was being waged against Greek civilization. Alexander went into Corinth, where he was elected general of the army that was to invade Persia. He was surrounded by men who praised and flattered him, but one man refused to take any notice of him whatever. This was the cynical philosopher Diogenes. Alexander found him in a cask by the roadside. When he saw so much company near him, he raised himself a little and vouchsafed to look upon Alexander. And when Alexander kindly asked whether he wanted anything, "Yes," said he, "I would have you stand from between me and the sun." Alexander was so struck at this answer, and surprised at the greatness of the man who had taken so little notice of him, that as he went away, he told his followers, who were laughing at the moroseness of the philosopher, that if he were not Alexander, he would choose to be Diogenes. The time had now come when, at the head of a mighty army, Alexander could start for Asia. This army was made up of Macedonians and of men from all the most warlike states of Greece. It had been thoroughly trained and disciplined, and it served under a general only 22 years of age, it is true, but who had already shown himself a military genius, and who was adored by every soldier from the highest to the lowest. It was an army that was never to know defeat. Alexander did not hide his purpose from the Persian king, for he sent him word that he considered himself lord of Asia. Quote, "I, Alexander, consider the whole of thy treasure, and the whole of thy land to be mine." Close quote. To the Greeks, this did not represent any overweening pride, for Alexander was but expressing the belief that was held by Aristotle, the greatest thinker of the age, that Greeks were justified in enslaving the barbarian. No story of conquest is more romantic than that of Alexander. On first reaching Asia Minor, he went to Ilium, where he dedicated his armor to Athena and took in its place some weapons which tradition said had been used in the Trojan War, and he laid a wreath on the tomb of Achilles. Then he started on his march. He came, whilst passing through Asia Minor, to Gordium, where he saw the celebrated Gordian knot, by which the yoke was fastened to the pole of an ancient chariot. An old prophecy had been made that the man who untied this knot would rule the world. Alexander tried to loosen it, but losing patience, he took his sword and cut it. He meant to rule the world, and he knew that his empire would only be won by the sword. Alexander marched through Syria into Egypt, and when he was in Egypt, he made a journey through the desert of Libya to consult the oracle Zeus Ammon. Few men would have started upon so long and dangerous a journey without misgivings, for there was likely to be scarcity of water and violent winds that would blow about the poisonous sand of the desert and cause the death of those who inhaled it. But Alexander was not to be turned from anything he was bent on, for hitherto fortune had helped him in all his plans, and the boldness of his temper gave him a passion for overcoming difficulties. In this journey the gods seemed to favor him as usual, for plentiful rains fell, which not only relieved the soldiers from fear of dying of thirst, but made the sand moist and firm to travel on and purified the air. Besides, some ravens kept up with them in their march, flying before them and waiting for them if they fell behind. But the greatest miracle of all was that if any of the company went astray in the night, the ravens never ceased croaking until they were guided on the right path again. Having passed through the wilderness, they came to the place where the high priest of Ammon bade Alexander welcome in the name of the god, and called him son of Zeus. And after being asked by the king whether any of his father's murderers had escaped punishment, the priest charged him to speak with more respect, since his was not a mortal father. Then Alexander desired to know of the oracle if any of those who murdered Philip were yet unpunished, and further concerning dominion, whether the empire of the world should be his. This, the god answered, he should obtain, and that Philip's death was fully revenged, which gave him so much satisfaction that he made splendid offerings to Zeus and gave the priests very rich presents. Before leaving Egypt, Alexander founded the city of Alexandria, which takes its name from him. The position seemed to him to be a very fine one in which to be found a city, and he thought it would become a prosperous one. Therefore he was seized by an ardent desire to undertake the enterprise, and he marked out the boundaries of the city himself, pointing out where the marketplace was to be constructed, where the temples were to be built, stating how many there were to be, and what Greek gods they were to be dedicated, and specially marking a spot for the temple to the Egyptian Isis. He also pointed out where the wall was to be carried out. The soothsayers, pondering upon certain lucky omens, told Alexander that the city would become prosperous in every respect, but especially in regard to the fruits of the earth. Before his death, Alexander founded many cities called by his name, but the Alexandria of Egypt was the greatest, and the one that was to survive even to the present day. For more than 2,000 years, it has held its position as one of the chief ports in the eastern part of the Mediterranean. Alexander did not intend that it should become the capital of Egypt, but he did intend that it should take the place of Tyre, so that the trade coming from the east should be in the hands of Greeks and not of Phoenicians. The army worshipped Alexander, and he knew how to appeal to the imagination of his followers and to gain their devotion. He was once detained by a serious illness caused by bathing in an ice-cold river. One of his physicians had prepared medicine for him, but before he had taken it, one of his commanders sent the king a letter bidding him beware of Philip the physician, who, he said, had been bribed by Darius to poison him. Having read the letter, Alexander put it under his pillow without showing it to anybody, and when Philip came in with the potion, he took it with great cheerfulness and assurance, giving him the letter to read. It was well worth being present to see Alexander take the draught and Philip read the letter at the same time. On one occasion he had made a long and painful march of 11 days, during which his soldiers suffered so much from want of water that they were ready to give up. While they were in this distress, it happened that some Macedonians, who had fetched water in skins upon their mules from a river they had found out, came about noon to the place where Alexander was, and seeing him almost choked with thirst, presently filled a helmet and offered it to him. He asked them to whom they were carrying the water, and they said to their children, adding that if his life were but saved, it was no matter to them, though they all perished. Then he took the helmet into his hands, and looking round about, when he saw all those who were with him stretching their heads out and looking earnestly after the drink, he returned it again with thanks, without taking a drop of it. For, he said, if I alone should drink, the rest would be out of heart. When the soldiers heard him speak in that way, they one and all cried out to him to lead them forward boldly, and began whipping on their horses. For whilst they had such a king, they said they defied both weariness and thirst, and looked upon themselves to be little less than immortal. On another occasion, the hardships endured by the army were so great that the men were almost ready to refuse to follow Alexander any further. But he called them together and spoke to them, reminding them that he asked no one to suffer what he himself did not suffer. I often sit up at night and watch for you, he said, that you may be able to sleep. Who is there of you who knows that he has endured greater toil for me than I have for him? I have been wounded with the sword in close fight. I have been shot with arrows, and though I have suffered these things for the sake of your lives, your glory, your wealth, I am still leading you as conquerors over all the land and sea, all rivers, mountains, and plains. And the magic of his personality silenced all their murmurings and banished all their discontent. Followed by this devoted army, Alexander started on a marvelous campaign which led him to the uttermost limits of the known world, even beyond the Indus into India. In battle after battle he met those who opposed his path and conquered them. Alexander did not know the meaning of the word impossible. He was told once that a certain mountain pass was impractical. For other men it would have been, but Alexander gave orders that his spearmen should cut steps into the deep rock, and where before only the surest-footed goats had climbed, Alexander and his men passed in safety. His men followed him over snowy mountains in the winter, and across thirsty deserts in the summer, up and down the lower ranges of the Himalaya Mountains, where the best European armies of today can only go with difficulty. They crossed the plains of India in the rainy season, and even went through the country so unfit for a human habitation that Mohammedan conquerors of a later age declared it was a place fit only to be dwelt in by the souls of the lost. Nothing stopped Alexander, not the mountain barrier, nor the deep river, nor the burning sands. On he went until he reached what he believed to be the river ocean that girdled the earth. Everywhere Alexander had been victorious, until even the great king of Persia himself was utterly defeated, and Alexander was seated upon his throne. He burnt the Persian palace at Persepolis in order to take vengeance on the Persians for their deeds in the invasion of Greece when they razed Athens to the ground and burnt down the temples. He also desired to punish the Persians for all the other injuries they had done the Greeks. When the news of the victories of Alexander over the Persians reached Greece, great was the amazement. For centuries the name of the great king had stood for all that was powerful and invincible. Though he had been driven out of Greece, he was still believed to be omnipotent in Asia. The general feeling was voiced by one of the orators, speaking of what was happening in the Athenian assembly. Quote, "What is there strange and unexpected that has not happened in our time? We have not lived in the life of an ordinary man, and the things we have all seen will become a tale of wonder to posterity. Is not the king of the Persians, he who channeled Athos, he who bridged the Hellespont, he who demanded earth and water of the Greeks, he who dared to write in his letters that he was Lord of all men from the rising of the sun unto its setting? Is he not struggling now, no longer for lordship over others, but already for his life?" Close quote. Alexander had conquered the great king and seated himself on the royal throne of Persia under the canopy of gold. But now that he had reached the summit of his ambition and was master of the greatest empire in the world, a change came over him, and he began to indulge his passions and to give himself up to all kinds of dissipation. He dressed like a Persian, which deeply offended the Greeks, who became jealous of the increasing favor the king showed to the barbarian. Slowly, the leaders of Alexander's army began to realize the change that was taking place in their general, and though he gained in popularity with the Persians, he began to lose some of the devotion hitherto felt for him by the Greeks and Macedonians, and he was becoming estranged from his old followers. At length they realized that it was not a Greek conquest that would enslave Asia, of which he dreamed, but of a world empire in which the barbarian would live on equal terms with the Greek. Alexander was far seen beyond his age, and he had learned that men whose customs are alien to those in which he had been brought up were not always to be despised, and that if he dreamed of holding the world empire he had conquered, he could only do so by treating all parts of it alike, and by encouraging intercourse between the different races which composed it. However wise this may have been, it is not difficult to understand the feeling of the older Greeks who had been educated to feel a gulf between them and the barbarian that nothing could ever bridge. The climax of the estrangement between Alexander and his old companions came in a tragic scene at a banquet. Alexander and his friends had been drinking fast and furiously. Then songs had been sung, some of which ridiculed the Macedonian officers who had recently been unfortunate in a skirmish. The older men present were offended, but Alexander laughed and had the song repeated. Cletus, who had been an old and trusted friend of the king, said angrily, "It is not well to make a jest of Macedonians among their enemies, for though they have met with misfortunes, they are better men than those who laugh at them." Angry words passed between him and the king, until, unable to control his rage, Alexander snatched a spear from one of the guards and ran it through the body of Cletus, who fell dead on the ground. Dead silence followed this mad deed, and Alexander was sobered by the sight of the men he had loved lying at his feet, slain by his own hand. He drew the spear out of the body and would have killed himself with it had the guards not interfered and led him by force to his chamber. All that night and the next day he wept bitterly and would speak to no one. At length one of his friends entered the room where he lay and said to him in a loud voice, quote, "Is this the Alexander whom the whole world looks to, lying there weeping like a slave for fear of what men will say? Is this the Alexander who, by the right of its conquest, should be the law to decide what is right and wrong? Do you not know, Alexander, that Zeus is represented with justice and law on either side of him to show that all the deeds of a conqueror are lawful and just?" Close quote. The king was soothed by these words, for he was only too ready to believe, as his friend said, that whatever he might choose to do was right, but he was spoiled by such flattery which only increased his arrogance and made him yield more to his passions than before. Having conquered and established an empire which extended from Greece and Macedonia in Europe across Asia to India, of which included Egypt and Libya, Alexander prepared to set out on yet another expedition to the west and to enter Arabia. He was in Babylon and spent a long day attending to military duties, and toward evening he left his chair of state to take a little relaxation. During his absence, a half-crazy man appeared, who, without any warning, set himself down on the king's seat. The attendants looked on in horror at such an act, which seemed to them great impiety, but they did not dare turn him out, for suddenly superstitious fears took hold of them, and in frightened voices they whispered to each other that this could foretell nothing but some great calamity. It was in the early summer of 323 B.C. that Alexander was ready to start on his march, but the night before he was to leave Babylon, he became ill of a fever. For a few days he was still able to attend to some business from his bed, but he grew rapidly worse. Suddenly the army realized that he was dying, and his old friends, forgetting whatever estrangement had come between them, entreated to be allowed to see him once more. They were admitted to the chamber where he lay and passed in silence before him. He was so weak that he could not speak and only touched the right hand of each and raised his head a little and signed with his eyes. The next day, Alexander was dead. Deep and awestruck silence fell upon the city and camp for 4 days, and then his generals, having found amongst the papers plans for the western campaign, they endeavored to carry them out. But they were not successful, and never again did the great army fight under one leader. Having lost the almost magical inspiration of Alexander's leadership, his successors were unable to keep the empire which he had conquered. Almost from the moment of his death, Alexander was worshipped as a god. He was the great hero of his age, and even in his lifetime, it was believed that he was half divine. Dying so young, he was only 33, possessed of great strength and godlike beauty, capable of rare generosity and brave almost to recklessness, planning conquests so far-reaching that they appealed to the imagination of everyone, and given to outbursts of savage anger and vindictive rage, all these characteristics were looked upon as more than human. For more than 2,000 years, the name of Alexander has been immortal in the East. There is hardly an ancient city from Babylon almost to the borders of China that does not claim Alexander as its founder. His name still clings to old traditions and legends. To this very day, the Parsis curse him for having caused the destruction of the ancient sacred Persian writings when he captured Persepolis and burnt it. Later generations of men have differed as to the lasting value of some of his work, but the name of Alexander and the story of his hero deeds have become a permanent possession of the imagination of mankind. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 19a. The Gifts of Greece to the World. 1. The Greek Spirit. What man achieves is, in regard to its permanent value, of less importance than the spirit in which he achieves it. What one learns is of less importance than how one learns. Learning facts is of less importance than developing certain qualities of mind. It is not possible, and were it possible it would not be desirable, to reproduce in modern life the conditions of a past age. But certain qualities of the mind and spirit are undying, and some of the greatest of these qualities have come to us from the Greeks. Quote, "History is the story of the way in which man has learned, and is still learning, how to live. Of how through long centuries he has sought to satisfy the practical needs of his body, the questioning of his mind, and the searching of his spirit." End quote. Mankind is still engaged upon the high adventure for this threefold quest, and not yet has any one civilization succeeded in bringing into perfect accord the demands of the body, of the mind, and of the spirit. If, in the beginning of this story in the ancient world, the Hebrews stand supreme amongst the teachers of those who have sought to satisfy the searching of the spirit, so are the Greeks the great teachers of those who have sought to satisfy the questioning of the mind. The Greeks gave to the mind of man three definite qualities: the love of freedom, the love of truth, and the love of beauty. These are practical qualities which show themselves quite definitely in what the Greeks did, in what they thought, and in what they built, or in other words, in their political history, their literature, and their art. It must not be thought that the Greeks perfectly fulfilled their great ideals. Greek history shows quite clearly that they did not. If the story of the Greeks, as it has been told in this book, has emphasized their ideals rather than their failure always to attain these, it is because their ideals are imperishable gifts they have given to the world. But the Greeks were not dreamers. They were practical men, keen and interested in all the practical affairs of everyday life. Their history shows how they failed in perfectly carrying out their ideals because of certain weaknesses of character and of certain conditions and limitations in their life from which the men of today can learn many useful lessons. The greatness of the Greeks lies not in what they did not do or did imperfectly, but in their spirit, that spirit which in their political history, their literature, and their art sought for freedom, for truth, and for beauty. The Greeks showed the world the way to freedom. They won their own national freedom against almost overwhelming odds, for never before had a small country maintained her independence in the face of a great empire and been victorious. They also maintained a political freedom which they carried too far, for the inability of Greek states to form alliances and to unite was one of the sources of weakness which finally led to their downfall. Nevertheless, the spirit of sturdy independence is one that has endured. The Greeks carried their vision of freedom further than the political independence of each state, and one of their chief characteristics was their personal freedom. In a speech to the Athenian army before the battle in the harbour at Syracuse, Nicias reminded them that they were the inhabitants of the freest country in the world, and how in Athens there was no interference with the daily life of any man. Modern times are apt to pride themselves on the freedom of speech allowed to all, but no modern state permits greater liberty of speech, and some would not tolerate as much, than was allowed in Athens in the 5th century B.C., when Aristophanes wrote his satirical comedies. The Greeks loved truth. By this is not meant truthfulness, for the Greeks were insincere and never trusted even one another, but the spirit which desired to see all things straight, with an unclouded clearness of mind, the spirit which could distinguish clearly between right and wrong, which could judge without prejudice or passion, above all, the spirit which knew its own limitations and which acknowledged what it did not know. Perhaps the greatest Greek searcher for truth was Socrates, and some knowledge of his life and teaching will show us what is our debt to Greece in the story of how the mind of man has gained freedom in its search for truth. 2. Socrates. During the last years of the Peloponnesian War, a strange figure might have been seen in Athens. A short, ugly, old-looking man, poorly clad and utterly indifferent to criticism of his habits or appearance, but a man to whom everyone listened when he began to speak. This was Socrates, the Greek philosopher. His father was a stone-cutter and a poor man, but he seems to have given to his son the best education that was to be had in Athens, for Socrates often quoted from Greek literature, especially from Homer, and he speaks of having studied with his friends the treasures which the wise men of old have left us in their books. Very little is known of the early life of Socrates, but he passed his youth and early manhood during the greatest years of Athenian history. He was born 10 years after the Persian had been defeated at Plataea and driven out of Greece. As a boy, he had seen the long walls being built. He had grown up in the Athens of Pericles, a contemporary of Sophocles and Euripides and Phidias and of Thucydides. When the clouds gathered over Athens and war came, he served in the army as a common soldier. He had lived through the short-lived triumphs and the tragic disasters which befell the city. He had been hungry when food was scarce. He had seen Athens besieged and taken. He had watched the long walls destroyed, and he had lived through the terror when the 30 ruled Athens. It was a life lived in very stirring times, and Socrates had taken his share in the happenings. During the war, he served in one of the northern campaigns, and he amazed everyone by his extraordinary power of enduring hunger and thirst, and all the hardships of a cold Thracian winter. One of his friends says of this time that, quote, "His fortitude in enduring cold was surprising. There was a severe frost, for the winter in that region is really tremendous, and everybody else either remained indoors, or if they went out, had on an amazing quantity of clothes, and were well shod, and had their feet swathed in felt and fleeces. In the midst of this, Socrates, with his bare feet on the ice, and in his ordinary dress, marched better than the other soldiers who had shoes, and they looked daggers at him, because he seemed to despise them." Another tale of what he did on this expedition is worth hearing. One morning he was thinking about something which he could not resolve. He would not give it up, but continued thinking from early dawn until noon. There he stood, fixed in thought. And at noon attention was drawn to him, and the remark ran through the wondering crowd that Socrates had been standing and thinking about something ever since the break of day. At last, in the evening after supper, some Ionians, out of curiosity — I should explain that this was not in winter but in summer — brought out their mats and slept in the open air that they might watch him and see whether he would stand all night. There he stood until the following morning, and with the return of light he offered up a prayer to the sun and went his way." End quote. At the close of the war, Socrates was in Athens, a man now of over 60 years of age. He held 1 or 2 offices of state, when he was known for his fearless refusal to do what he thought was wrong. On one occasion, he refused to obey orders that were given him because he believed that obedience would involve him in doing what he thought to be wrong. "I showed," he said, "not by mere words, but by my actions, that I did not care a straw for death, but that I did care very much indeed about doing wrong." Socrates was very poor, and as he would take no money for his teaching, his means of livelihood were very scanty. He went about barefoot and had only one cloak, which he wore till it was so old that it became a matter of joke amongst his friends. He not only had no luxuries of any kind, but hardly the bare necessities of life, yet he was quite content, and used to say, "How many things there are which I do not want." Socrates married Xanthippe, a woman of a most violent temper. He used to say that one ought to live with a restive woman, just as horsemen manage violent-tempered horses, and as they, said he, when they have once mastered them, are easily able to manage all others, so I, after managing Xanthippe, can easily live with anyone else whatever. The Athenians had always been intellectually very alert and had tried to solve all kinds of problems. They asked how it was that things came into being, how they continued to exist, of what they were made, and similar questions. But when Athens had become an empire and ruled over many men and states, the questions began to change. People were less interested in how things originated than in questions arising from their daily experience. They asked, "What is a state? What is a citizen? What is justice? What is temperance, courage, cowardice?" and so on. In order to answer these questions, a body of teachers had arisen in Athens who were called sophists, or wise men. They taught every kind of subject and established a number of schools. The older Greek teachers did not like these sophists, partly because they took money for their teaching, and hitherto, though Athenian philosophers had accepted presents, they had never charged definite fees, partly because they taught so many subjects that it was thought they could teach nothing thoroughly, partly because they seemed to aim at teaching young men to argue in order to get the better of their opponents, rather than to seek for truth, and above all, because they were often skeptical as to the existence of the gods. There were some very good teachers amongst the sophists, and they opened up a great many new fields of thought to the Athenians. But a weak side to their teaching was that they only stated general principles, and often asserted as absolute facts things that never had been definitely proved one way or the other. They used words carelessly without stopping to think of their real meaning, and they never suggested that there was anything they did not know. Socrates saw that though the teaching of the sophists might increase information, it was fatal to real thinking, and he began to teach in Athens in order to show what real thinking was. He taught in no school, had no classes, and took no pay. He was willing to talk to any and everyone who would listen to him. He ever, quote, lived in the public eye. At early morning he was to be seen betaking himself to one of the promenades or wrestling grounds. At noon he would appear with the gathering crowd in the marketplace, and as day declined, wherever the largest throng might be encountered, there was he to be found, talking for the most part, while anyone who chose might stop and listen. End quote. Socrates talked to and questioned everyone and tried to show people what real knowledge was. He was filled with a passionate belief in the importance of truth above all things. He said that to make inaccurate statements and to use words with a wrong or careless meaning was not only a fault in itself, it also created an evil in the soul. He showed those who listened to him the evil that came from pretending to not know what one did not know, and the first step in his teaching was to make them realize their ignorance. To this end, he questioned and cross-examined them until they contradicted themselves, or found no answer and generally ended in hopeless difficulties simply because they would not acknowledge at the beginning that they did not know what he had asked. One of his friends once said, "Indeed, Socrates, I no longer believe in my answers. Everything seems to me to be different from what it used to seem." And another, speaking of him, said, "Socrates makes me acknowledge my own worthlessness. I had best be silent, for it seems that I know nothing at all." Socrates believed that virtue was knowledge, that if a man knew a thing was wrong, he would not do it, and that those who knew what was right would always do it. In this, Socrates was not wholly right. He only saw a part of the truth, but his greatness lies in that he was the first to teach the importance of having a reason for what we believe, of learning accurate habits of mind, and that the search for knowledge is one rich in imagination and beauty. Socrates was always arguing, talking, questioning, but he was never rude or discourteous to those who disagreed with him. He never brought his own personal feelings into his arguments, and he never descended to expressions of wounded pride or irritation. The teachings of Socrates opened the minds of those who listened to him to the possibilities to which knowing the truth might lead them, and he had great influence over numbers of young Athenians. It was all new to them. They had never heard anything like it before. "Mere fragments of you and your words," said one of them, "even at second hand, and however imperfectly repeated, amaze and possess the soul of anyone who hears them." And he went on to say, quote, "I have heard Pericles and the other great orators, and I thought that they spoke well, but I never had any similar feeling. My soul was not stirred by them, nor was I angry at the thought of my own slavish state. But this Socrates has often brought me to such a pass that I have felt as if I could hardly endure the life I am leading. For he makes me confess that I ought not to live as I do, neglecting the wants of my own soul. And he is the only person who ever made me ashamed, and there is no one else who does the same." End quote. But if Socrates gained friends, his method of exposing the ignorance of others also gained him enemies. No one before had ever thought such thoughts, and to ordinary Athenians his questioning was wicked. But Xenophon, one of his friends, tells us that no one ever heard him say or saw him do anything impious or irreverent, and he was so piously and devoutly religious that he would take no step apart from the will of heaven. Yet his enemies maintained that he disbelieved in the gods. His teaching was all the more disturbing because Athens, having been defeated by Sparta, had just lived through the terrible months of the rule of the 30, and though these had been driven out, this was in the year 399 B.C., Athens was in a state of unrest, of fear and of suspicion. Anyone who taught anything new was looked upon as a possible enemy to the state, and the enemies of Socrates seized this opportunity to bring definite accusations against him. They said, "Socrates is guilty, inasmuch as he does not believe in the gods whom the city worships, but introduces other strange deities. He is also guilty inasmuch as he corrupts the young men, and the punishment he has incurred is death." A trial followed. In the Athenian trial, first the accusers made their speeches, and then the accused was allowed to defend himself. Plato, the great pupil of Socrates, has given us the speech made by his master at his trial, a speech known as the Apology of Socrates. In it, the philosopher, an old man now of over 70, set forth the principles which had guided him in his teaching. He began by saying that he had never taught men to disbelieve in the gods, and that the accusation of impiety against him was false, but he did say that it was fair to ask him just what he had been trying to do which had given rise to these reports. He then told them the story of how a friend of his had gone to Delphi and had asked the oracle if there were any man wiser than he, and that the oracle had answered that there was no man. Quote, "Now see why I tell you this. I'm going to explain to you the origin of my unpopularity. When I heard of the oracle, I began to reflect. What can God mean by this dark saying? I know very well that I am not wise, even in the smallest degree. Then, what can he mean by saying that I am the wisest of men? It cannot be that he is speaking falsely, for he is a god and cannot lie. And for a long time I was at a loss to understand his meaning. Then, very reluctantly, I turned to seek for it in this manner. I went to a man who was reputed to be wise, thinking that there, if anywhere, I should prove the answer wrong, and meaning to point out to the oracle its mistake, and to say, 'You said that I was the wisest of men, but this man is wiser than I am.'" End quote. But Socrates went on to say that after talking to this man, who was a politician, he found that he was not wise because he thought he knew things that he did not know, and because he would not acknowledge his ignorance. He tried to prove to him that he was not wise, but only succeeded in making him his enemy. Quote, "Next," said Socrates, "I went to another who was reputed to be still wiser than the last, with exactly the same result. And there again I made him, and many other men, my enemies. By reason of this examination, Athenians, I have made many enemies of a very fierce and bitter kind, who have spread abroad a great number of calumnies about me, and people say that I am a wise man. For the bystanders always think that I am wise myself in any matter wherein I convict another man of ignorance. But, my friends, I believe that only God is really wise, and that by this oracle he meant that men's wisdom is worth little or nothing. I do not think that he meant that Socrates was wise. He only made use of my name and took me as an example, as though he would say to men, 'He among you is the wisest who, like Socrates, knows that in very truth his wisdom is worth nothing at all.' And therefore I still go about testing and examining every man whom I think wise, whether he be a citizen or a stranger, as God has commanded me. And whenever I find that he is not wise, I point out to him on the part of God that he is not wise. And I am so busy in this pursuit that I have never had leisure to take any part worth mentioning in public matters, or to look after my private affairs. I am in very great poverty by reason of my service to God." End quote. Socrates then went on to prove that nothing in his teaching could corrupt the young men, as his enemies declared he was doing, and to prove his belief in the gods. He knew that he was on trial for his life, but no fear of death stopped him from speaking that which he believed to be the truth. Quote, "My friends," he said, "if you think that a man of any worth at all ought to reckon the chances of life and death when he acts, or that he ought to think of anything but whether he is acting rightly or wrongly, and as a good man or bad man would act, you are grievously mistaken. It would be very strange conduct on my part if I were to desert my post now from fear of death or of any other thing, when God has commanded me, as I am persuaded that he has done, to spend my life in searching for wisdom and in examining myself and others. That would indeed be a very strange thing, and then certainly I might with justice be brought to trial for not believing in the gods. For I should be disobeying the oracle and fearing death, and thinking myself wise when I was not wise. For to fear death, my friends, is only to think ourselves wise without being wise. For it is to think that we know what we do not know. For anything that man can tell, death may be the greatest good that can happen to them, but they fear it as if they knew quite well that it was the greatest of evils. And what is this but that shameful ignorance of thinking that we know what we do not know? Athenians, if you put me to death, you will not easily find another man to fill my place. God has sent me to attack the city as if it were a great and noble horse, to use a quaint simile, which was rather sluggish for its size, and which needed to be roused by a gadfly. and I think that I am that gadfly that God has sent to the city to attack it. For I never cease from settling upon you, as it were, at every point, and rousing and exhorting and reproaching each man of you all day long." End quote. Socrates then referred to the custom in Athens that when a man was on trial for his life, his wife and children sometimes appeared in court in order to appeal to the pity of the judges and so obtain a favourable sentence. But he refused to do that, for knowing that the judges had taken an oath to administer justice justly, he believed that such an act on his part would be an attempt to make them break their oaths. Quote, "Were I to be successful and to prevail on you by my powers to break your oaths, I should be clearly teaching you to believe that there are no gods, and I should be simply accusing myself by my defense of not believing in them. But, Athenians, that is very far from the truth. I do believe in the gods, as no one of my accusers believes in them. And to you and to God I commit my cause to be decided as is best for you and me." End quote. Socrates was found guilty by 281 votes to 220, and the penalty to be inflicted was death. He had the right under Athenian law to suggest an alternative penalty. Quote, "What counter-penalty shall I propose to you Athenians? What I deserve, of course, must I not? What is a suitable reward to be given to a poor benefactor who requires leisure to exhort you? There is no reward, Athenians, so suitable for him as a public maintenance in the Prytaneum. It is a much more suitable reward for him than for any of you who has won a victory at the Olympic Games with his horse or his chariots. So if I am to propose the penalty which I really deserve, I propose this, a public maintenance in the Prytaneum. Or shall I propose imprisonment? And why should I pass the rest of my days in prison, the slave of successive officials? Or shall I propose a fine, with imprisonment until it is paid? I have told you why I will not do that. I should have to continue in prison, for I have no money to pay a fine with. Shall I then propose exile? Perhaps you would agree to that. Life would indeed be very dear to me if I were unreasonable enough to expect that strangers would cheerfully tolerate my discussions and reasonings, when you, who are my fellow citizens, cannot endure them, and have found them so burdensome and odious to you that you are seeking now to be released from them. No, indeed, Athenians, that is not likely. A fine life I should lead for an old man if I were to withdraw from Athens and pass the rest of my days in wandering from city to city and continually being expelled." End quote. The alternatives were not accepted, as indeed Socrates knew they would not be, and he was condemned to die. He accepted the sentence calmly and with infinite gentleness and manliness. No one within the memory of man, it is said, ever bowed his head to death more nobly. But death offered no terrors to Socrates. Quote, "If death," he said to his judges, "is a journey to another place, and the common belief be true, that there are all who have died, what could be greater than this? Would a journey not be worth taking, at the end of which, in the other world, we should be released from the self-styled judges who are here, and should find the true judges who are said to sit in judgment below? Or what would you not give to converse with Orpheus and Homer? I am willing to die many times if this be true. And above all, I could spend my time in examining those who are there, as I examine men here, and in finding out which of them thinks himself wise when he is not wise. What would we not give, my judges, to be able to examine the great leader of the expedition against Troy, or Odysseus, or countless other men and women whom we could name? It would be an infinite happiness to converse with them, and to live with them, and to examine them. Assuredly, there they do not put men to death for doing that. For besides the other ways in which they are happier than we are, they are immortal, at least if the common belief be true. But now the time has come, and we must go hence, I to die, and you to live. Whether life or death is better is known to God, and to God only." End quote. Socrates was taken to prison, where he spent a month before his sentence was carried out. The delay was caused by the voyage of the sacred ship, said to be that of Theseus, which had only just set out on its annual voyage to Delos, and no Athenian could be put to death during its absence. He spent this month talking to his friends, especially to Crito, who was very devoted to him, and who entreated him to escape from prison, an escape for which he could very easily have arranged. But the brave old man, loyal to his principles to the end, refused, and he reminded Crito how all his life he had taught that the greatest misfortune that could befall a man was to do wrong, and the greatest crime a man could commit against his state was to break her laws. The last day arrived. The story of that day has been told by one who was present. Quote, I will try to relate the whole story to you from the beginning. On the previous days, I and the others who had always met in the morning at the court where the trial was held, which was close to the prison, and then we had gone in to Socrates. We used to wait each morning until the prison was opened, conversing, for it was not opened early. When it was opened, we used to go in to Socrates, and we generally spent the whole day with him. But on that morning we met earlier than usual, for the evening before we had learnt, on leaving the prison, that the ship had arrived from Delos. So we arranged to be at the usual place as early as possible. When we reached the prison, the porter, who generally let us in, came out to us and bade us wait a little, and not to go in until he summoned us himself. For the 11, he said, are releasing Socrates from his fetters and giving directions for his death today. In no great while he returned and bade us enter. So we went in and found Socrates just released, and Xanthippe, you know her, sitting by him, holding his child in her arms. When Xanthippe saw us, she wailed aloud and cried in her woman's way, This is the last time, Socrates, that you will talk with your friends, or they with you. And Socrates glanced at Crito and said, Crito, let her be taken home. So some of Crito's servants led her away, weeping bitterly and beating her breast. End quote. Once more Socrates and his friends conversed, and once more he expressed his joy at going to the place where he hoped to gain the wisdom that he had passionately longed for all his life. They talked together until later in the day, and then he rose and went into another room to bathe himself. Quote, Crito went with him and told us to wait. So we waited, talking of him and dwelling on the greatness of the calamity which had fallen upon us. It seemed as if we were going to lose a father, and to be orphans for the rest of our life. When he had bathed, and his children had been brought to him, he had 2 sons, quite little, and 1 grown up, and the women of his family were come. He spoke with them in Crito's presence, and gave them his last commands. Then he sent the women and children away, and returned to us. By that time it was near the hour of sunset, for he had been a long while within. When he came back to us, he sat down, but not much was said after that. End quote. Presently the jailer came in and told him that the hour had come for him to die. Quote, I have found you, he said, the noblest and best man that has ever come here, and now I am sure that you will not be angry with me, but with those who you know are to blame. And so, farewell, and try to bear what must be as lightly as you can. You know why I have come. End quote. With that, he turned away, weeping, and went out. Quote, Then Crito made a sign to his slave who was standing by, and the slave went out, and after some delay returned with the man who was to give the poison, carrying it prepared in a cup. When Socrates saw him, he asked, You understand these things, my good sir? What have I to do? You have only to drink this, he replied, and to walk about until your legs feel heavy, and then lie down, and it will act of itself. With that he handed the cup to Socrates, who took it quite cheerfully, without trembling, and without any change of colour or of feature, and looked up at the man with that fixed glance of his, and asked, What say you to making a libation of this draught? May I, or not? We only prepare so much as we think sufficient, Socrates, he answered. I understand, said Socrates, but I suppose that I may, and must, pray to the gods that my journey hence may be prosperous. That is my prayer. Be it so." With these words, he put the cup to his lips and drank the poison quite calmly and cheerfully. Till then, most of us had been able to control our grief fairly well, but when we saw him drinking, and then the poison finished, we could do so no longer. My tears came fast in spite of myself. It was not for him, but at my own misfortune in losing such a friend. Even before that, Crito had been unable to restrain his tears, and had gone away, and Apollodorus, who had never once ceased weeping the whole time, burst into a loud cry, and made us one and all break down by his sobbing and grief, except only Socrates himself. "What are you doing, my friends?" he exclaimed. "I sent away the women chiefly in order that they might not offend in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in silence. So calm yourselves and bear up." When we heard that, we were ashamed, and we ceased from weeping. End quote. Socrates then walked about a little, but soon lay down on the couch, and slowly the numbness crept over him. He knew that when it reached his heart, he would die. Once more he spoke. "Crito," he said, "I owe a cock to Aesculapius. Do not forget to pay it." These were his last words, for in a few minutes he was dead. Quote, "Such was the end," said the friend who was with him to the last, "of a man who, I think, was the wisest and the justest and the best man that I have ever known. But I did not pity him, for he seemed to me happy, both in his bearing and in his words, so fearlessly and nobly did he die. I could not help thinking that the gods would watch over him still on his journey to the other world, and that when he arrived there it would be well with him, if it was ever well with any man." End quote. End of section 26. Chapter 27 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 19b. The Gifts of Greece to the World. 3. Greek Literature. The Philosophers. The word philosophy means the love of wisdom, and to the Greeks this wisdom was the serious effort made to understand both the world and man. To us, philosophy generally means a wise understanding of the right way of living. But with the Greeks, it included a great deal of what we today call science. Greek philosophy was concerned with finding out the origins of things, and from that knowledge to build up a right way of life. We do not today go to the Greeks to learn science. Their answers to the questions asked were, some of them, wrong, and some of them inadequate. But modern science has been made possible by the qualities of mind which the Greeks brought to their inquiries, their passionate desire to know the truth about things, their power of going behind old superstitions and of seeing things as they really are, their open-mindedness and willingness to accept new truths, their powers of patient study and observation, and of reaching the unknown from the known. The earliest Greek philosophers lived in Ionia in the 6th century B.C., and the greatest of them were Thales of Miletus and Pythagoras of Samos. Something has already been said about Thales. He went further than the Egyptians and Babylonians had done, not so much because of the new discoveries he made, but because he brought to those discoveries not only the desire to know that they were facts, but the desire to go behind the facts and find out the reason for their existence. Thales lived to be an old man, but neither age nor infirmities lessened his zeal for learning, and, quote, "It is said once that he was led out of his house by an old woman for the purpose of observing the stars, and he fell into a ditch and bewailed himself, on which the old woman said to him, 'Do you, O Thales, who cannot see what is under your feet, think that you shall understand what is in heaven?" End quote. Pythagoras of Samos lived later in the 6th century than Thales. He was a great traveller, and seems to have visited not only the mainland of Greece, but also Egypt and Crete, where he had many rare experiences going into the innermost parts of temples where, as a rule, no strangers were admitted. He also went to Italy, where he founded a school and gathered about 300 pupils round him. Though it was not believed by the world at large until nearly 2,000 years later, Pythagoras taught that the world was round, and, as far as is known, he was the first thinker who made this discovery. It was Pythagoras who laid the foundations for later mathematical knowledge, especially in geometry and arithmetic, and who taught that there was a science of numbers apart from their use as a practical means of calculation. In the 5th century BC, Athens had become an empire, and the School of Hellas and the centre of Greek learning was found there, and no longer in Ionia. The story of Socrates has already been told. This great teacher did not write anything himself because he believed that it was a greater thing for a man to live well than to write well, and that this particular way of teaching and constant intercourse with his fellow men was the best way of teaching those truths in which he believed. The account of his life and teaching, however, was written down and given to the world by his pupil Plato, who carried on his master's work. Plato was about 28 years old when Socrates was put to death, and for 12 years after that time he travelled. Then he returned to Athens, bought a house and garden — unlike Socrates, he was well off — and spent the next 40 years of his life teaching in the academy. Plato was an idealist, and in addition to his writings about Socrates, he has left us the Republic, the picture of what he thought an ideal state should be, and some other works in which he discusses at great length what things it is most worthwhile that men should pursue in life, and why they should pursue them. He taught that goodness was worth being sought after for its own sake, and not for any material reward that comes from pursuing it. In all his teaching he emphasizes the fact that the greatest things in life, and those which are eternal, are not always the things that can be seen, and that the soul of man does not live on material things, but on wisdom, beauty, truth, and love. The importance of Plato in this teaching was that he was the forerunner of the great Christian writers who believed, with St. Paul, that, quote, "The things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal." As a young man, Plato had seen in Athens, under the rule of the 30, the lawlessness and confusion that arose from a tyrannously ordered state, and the Republic was an attempt to show what he thought life in an ideal state might be. His vision is not a very practical one, but Plato was not a practical statesman. The great value of the Republic to the world today is that just because its ideals could never be wholly carried out, the questions which all statesmen in all ages have had to settle could be and were fearlessly discussed, unhampered by the compromises and conventions which beset modern politics. Plato could write of other things besides politics and ideals. He had a gift for poetry which comes out in many a fairy tale that he introduces here and there into his writings, knowing that sometimes a great truth can be more easily driven home in such a form. Socrates and a friend were once talking by the stream Ilissus. It was a hot summer's day, and as they were barefoot, they cooled their feet in the water and then sat down under the shade of a plane tree to rest and talk. And as they rested, Socrates told his friend the legend of the grasshoppers. They were said to have been, quote, "human beings in an age before the Muses. And when the Muses came and song appeared, they were ravished with delight, and singing always, never thought of eating and drinking, until at last, in their forgetfulness, they died. and now they live again in the grasshoppers. And this is the return which the Muses make to them. They neither hunger nor thirst, but from the hour of their birth they are always singing, and never eating or drinking. And when they die, they go and inform the Muses in heaven, who honours them on earth." End quote. When Philip of Macedon wanted the best Greek teacher known as a tutor for his son Alexander, he sent for Aristotle. We know very little about the life of Aristotle. He had been a pupil of Plato at the Academy for 20 years, and had learnt the best of all that great philosopher could teach him. On his return from Macedonia, he founded a school of his own at Athens, the Lyceum, where he spent the rest of his life teaching and studying. He died in 322 BC, 1 year after his pupil Alexander. But if little is known of the details of his life, we know something of his character from things that Alexander said about him, and the esteem in which he held him, and something of the kindliness of his nature from his will which has been preserved. He made provision for all who had faithfully served him, and gave many of his slaves their freedom. He had been twice married, and his second wife, quote, "who behaved so well towards me," end quote, was so provided for that she could marry again, and he made arrangements for the marriage of his daughter. In reading of the life of the Athenian man and the Athenian woman, their ways seem to lie far apart, and the wife to have had very little share in the interests of her husband. In his will, Aristotle gives us a glimpse of the place which the wife sometimes, at least, held. He left directions that the bones of his first wife, the wife of his youth, were to be taken from their resting place and buried with his, and this was to be done, quote, "as she herself charged." End quote. The work of Aristotle is amazing, for he not only wrote on every conceivable subject, but wrote as a master. For more than 1,000 years after his death, the books he wrote were studied in schools and universities, and formed the foundation of all education. He wrote on astronomy, mathematics, biology, botany, and many other subjects, and he has not only been called the father of natural science, but his writings remained the standard authority on many scientific subjects for centuries after his death. Aristotle was more practical than Plato, though less inspiring as a writer. As we have already seen, he too wrote about an ideal state in his Politics. Aristotle believed that the life of a state was like that of an individual, that the aim of both should be noble living, and that peace and justice between states was just as important as between individuals. But he did more than describe an ideal state. He described the education which such a state should give to its youth, the result of which should be not that a man should boast that his state was great and glorious, but that being a citizen of such a state, in all that he did he should strive to be worthy of her. Greek philosophy and science had begun in Ionia, and then passed to Athens. To the thinkers of the 4th century BC, the fall of Athens must have seemed a great disaster, but in reality it was of the utmost service to the world. The Greek spirit was one of those imperishable things that cannot die, and it was to go out from Athens and spread over a wider world than it had hitherto known. It spread first to Alexandria, where, in the Hellenistic Age, the next great group of philosophers and men of science were to be found. 4. Greek literature. The historians. The word history is a Greek word, and it means an inquiry. The Greeks were not the first people in the world who wrote history, but they wrote it as it had never been written before. And some of the greatest history in the world is that which was written by the Greeks. These writers were not content with merely narrating events that had taken place. They made what the word history means, and inquiry. They possessed the imagination not only to describe events and scenes vividly, but to feel as the people about whom they were writing felt, and to understand the passions that moved them at great crises of their history. They were the first historians who took the trouble to find out why nations and individuals acted as they did, and to sift their evidence, finding out what was true and what was false. The oldest of the Greek historians was Herodotus, the father of history, an Ionian born in Halicarnassus in 484 BC. He spent a good part of his life travelling, during which time he collected materials which he afterwards used in his history. He was a man who was intensely interested in everything he saw, a very credulous traveller, for he seems to have believed almost everything that was told him. Old traditions, all kinds of miraculous occurrences, and many things that it is evident could never have happened. Though he undoubtedly believed a great deal that was not true, he did not swallow all that was told him, for after narrating some marvel he will say, quote, "I am bound to report all that is said, but I am not bound to believe it." End quote. Herodotus was a deeply religious man, and he lived before the disturbing days when men began to question the existence of the gods. To him, history was a great drama, the plot of which was the triumph of the Greek over the barbarian, which he saw as the will of the gods, and to him, as to all devout Greeks of his day, all wrongdoing, all disobedience to the will of the gods brought its own punishment, its retribution, which the Greeks called its nemesis. As a storyteller, Herodotus is unrivaled. He wrote his history in order that, quote, "the great and wonderful deeds done by the Greeks and Persians should not lack renown," end quote. And the earlier books which give an account of all he had learnt in his travels in the East, of Egypt and Babylonia, of Lydia and Persia, lead up to the great climax, the invasion of Greece by the Persians. In the pages of Herodotus we live again, as we live nowhere else, through all the excitement and thrill of the days when Greece fought the barbarian and drove him out of the land. The greatest of the Greek historians was Thucydides, great not only among the Greek writers, but among the historians of the world. He was born about 471 BC, and he wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War. Thucydides was an Athenian, a man of wealth and good position, and was one of the few who had the plague and recovered from it. As the war went on, he was anxious to fight and help to bring it to a victorious close, but a far greater career was in store for him. He was elected a general and sent at the head of an army to relieve Amphipolis and prevent its surrender to the Spartans. But he arrived too late. The city had been taken, and he was exiled in consequence. To this exile we owe his history. Thucydides is one of the most accurate and impartial of historians. He was filled with an abiding love for Athens, but unlike some Athenians, he felt no bitterness towards her for exiling him. The only remark he makes about his banishment is that it gave him the opportunity to write his history. He was scrupulously fair to both sides, and he tells us himself of the care he took to be accurate and to accept nothing on the evidence of mere tradition. Quote, "Men do not discriminate," he said, "and are too ready to receive ancient traditions about their own as well as about other countries. And so little trouble do they take in the search after truth. So readily do they accept whatever comes first to hand. Of the events of the war, I have not ventured to speak from any chance information, nor according to any notion of my own. I have described nothing but what I either saw myself or learned from others of whom I made the most careful and particular inquiry. The task was a laborious one, because eye-witnesses of the same occurrences give different accounts of them, as they remembered or were interested in the actions of one side or the other. If he who desires to have before his eyes a true picture of the events which have happened, and of the like events which may be expected to happen hereafter in the order of human things, shall pronounce what I have written to be useful, then I shall be satisfied. My history is an everlasting possession, not a prize composition which is heard and forgotten." End quote. Unlike Herodotus, Thucydides did not trace events to the will of the gods, but he held that the deeds of men and the use or misuse they made of their opportunities were responsible for them. He never moralizes, but in the clear and reasoned order in which he narrates events, the story is carried down from the beginning to its inevitable conclusion. Thucydides has preserved for all time the memory of what Athens was in her greatest days, and the ideals of one of her great statesmen. But the claim of his book to be an everlasting possession is justified not because of the actual history he recorded, but because of the critical and scientific way in which he made his inquiry, which has become a model for all later historians. Thucydides left the story of the Peloponnesian War unfinished. He never even finished the last sentence. The story was completed by Xenophon. He was not a great historian like his predecessors, but he has left us valuable information about the later events of the war in the Hellenica, the romantic tale of adventure which tells how a band of 10,000 Greeks found their way home from the heart of Mesopotamia, and the Economist, a delightful picture of a Greek household. There is one other Greek writer who, though he did not write history, has left us much valuable historical information. This was Plutarch, AD 46 to 120, who lived long after the great days of Greece had passed. He was a Greek from Boeotia, a well-educated man who had many friends with whom he was wont to discuss all kinds of subjects: philosophy, history, literature, or politics, and he was also a writer. The great work for which his name is remembered is the parallel lives of the Greeks and Romans. These are the biographies, arranged in pairs, of a Greek and a Roman, each pair followed by a comparison between the two. Plutarch never imagined that he was writing history, and in these lives there is no wide view over a whole period, but in each life there is a vivid picture of a personality and a character. Plutarch knew how to choose picturesque details and anecdotes, and he was attracted by simple, upright, honourable, patriotic characters, which makes his book a storehouse of stories about such men. Few biographies in the world have been read so widely or have achieved such immortality as have the lives of Plutarch, and probably none have done more to encourage manliness and the spirit of good sportsmanship. 5. Greek literature, the dramatists. A classic is a work of art or of literature that never dies, a book that will be read forever, no matter when or by whom it was written. We have said that when the history of a nation is recorded in language, we call it literature, but by such literature is meant not only historical writing, but whatever takes the form of letters. The history of a nation is an inquiry into how that nation thinks as well as into what it does, and its philosophers, historians, and dramatists are as much a part of its history as its statesmen and men of action. The great Greek dramatists were men living in the life of their time, and it was a time when stirring things were happening. The dramas of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides were written during the period which began with the repulse of the Persians, which included the golden days of Pericles, and which saw the tragic changes which came over Athens during the long drawn-out misery of the Peloponnesian War. Now, the great Greek dramas are among the classics of the world. There are various reasons for this, but one, and not the least, is that they are the outward expression of that love of beauty and of self-control that is one of the priceless gifts of Greece to the world. To the Greek, beauty meant perfection in all that he did, the association of beautiful words and forms with beautiful deeds and scenes. To him, beauty was the same as goodness, and ugliness was evil. And beauty meant self-control, the absence of all excess and exaggeration. The Greek dramatists had no models to guide them, yet they produced works that almost perfectly attained this Greek ideal of beauty. The oldest of these dramatists was Aeschylus. He took an active part in the Persian Wars, and he thought this of so much greater importance than any literary success he had achieved, that his epitaph, said to have been written by himself, saying nothing about his poetry, states only that he fought the Persians. His name and birthplace were inscribed, and then that, quote, "The grove of Marathon can bear witness to his good soldierhood and the long-haired Mede who felt it." End quote. One of the few Greek plays of which the plot was not taken from ancient Greek legend was The Persians of Aeschylus. Interesting because it is the first historical play written by a poet who took part himself in the events of which it tells. The greatest work of Aeschylus was a trilogy, i.e., 3 consecutive plays bearing on the same subject. The Agamemnon, the greatest of all his plays. The Libation Bearers, and The Furies. These tell the tale, so often told in the Greek drama, of the murder by his wife of Agamemnon on his return from Troy, of Orestes who avenged his father's death, of the Furies who followed him as a result of his deed, and of how, in the end, he found release. These plays are haunted throughout by the belief that over certain families hangs a curse, that the sins of their fathers are visited on their children, and that from this punishment there is no escape. Aeschylus was filled with the realization of the power of the great unseen forces that move the world, but he believed that if on one side there were the Furies demanding blood for blood, on the other were Apollo and Athena, symbols of the self-control that could overcome the heritage of anger and of passion. Sophocles lived through the great years of Athens. Only 16 years old when the Battle of Salamis was fought, he must have been filled with all the enthusiasm of youth over the victory. It was said of Sophocles that he had, quote, "such charm of character that he was loved by everybody wherever he went." End quote. Life seems to have been happy and prosperous for him from the beginning. He won the first prize at the festival with his first play, and when he was only 28, he won a prize over Aeschylus, who was then nearly 60. The greatest plays of Sophocles are those which tell of the ancient legends of Thebes, of Oedipus as king, and then as outcast, and of Antigone, who in one play, Oedipus at Colonus, goes forth with her exiled father, and in another, the great play that bears her name, was faced with the terrible problem of having to break either the laws of God or those of the state, and of deciding which she would do. By all who understand the real greatness of the Greek drama, Sophocles is accounted the greatest of the dramatists. He represents in literature the spirit that Athena Parthenos represented on the Acropolis, a spirit of reverence, of the serenity that comes when the conflict is over and the victory won, and of triumphant belief in all that is good and beautiful and true. Very different from either Aeschylus or Sophocles was Euripides. According to tradition, he was born in the island of Salamis on the very day of the battle. As he grew up, he became a friend of Socrates, but for the most part he lived a solitary life, not very much liked, and taking as little part in public life as he could. He was essentially a student, and one of the first Athenians to collect a library. Euripides lived in Athens during the Peloponnesian War, a period of restless questioning, of breaking away from old traditions and beliefs, of lowering of the old ideals. The war had brought a new spirit, and Euripides represented it. He criticized customs and beliefs which he thought were unworthy of the best spirit in Athens. He questioned belief in the gods, and in one great play, the Trojan Women, he showed the misery brought by war. He was the first poet to strip war of its glamour and to show it as it affected the conquered. In the Electra and in Iphigenia in Tauris, Euripides deals with the familiar tragedy of Orestes, pursued by the Furies after the murder of his mother, and in the Alcestis he tells the old tale of how a noble woman was willing to sacrifice her life for that of a selfish husband, and of how she was brought back from the gates of Hades by Heracles. The strength of Euripides lies in his wonderful portrayal of character. He judges his characters by the standards of the men and women of his own day, and not by those of the gods and heroes, and he is a merciless critic. This makes his dramas most extraordinarily vivid and human, but it also accounts for some of the criticism and dislike he met with in his own day. Aristophanes wrote comedies. His plays are based on the daily life of his time, and, to understand them, one must know what were the political questions of his day, who were the leaders, who were the writers, the gossip of the agora and the barber's shop, the likes and dislikes of the men amongst whom he lived. But to those who know enough of these things to follow his allusions, the plays of Aristophanes are full of interest, and we learn a great deal about life in Athens from them. Aristophanes was younger than Euripides, but, unlike the older man, he was very conservative, and he disliked the new ways by which the sophists were teaching the youths, for he believed that the new methods would make them irreverent, good at idle talk, but at nothing else, shallow and effeminate. He constantly compared the young men of his own day with those of the generation that had fought at Marathon, and in comparing them he found them wanting, for to him the heroes of the age of Marathon represented all that was best in Athenian manhood. 6. Greek art. The Greeks loved beauty, especially the Athenians of the 5th century B.C., but they did not spend all their time in a conscious search for it. They were very busy about and interested in a great many other things: the administration of the city, relations with other states, often fighting, trading and travelling, building ships and sending out colonies. We have already seen what the Greeks meant by beauty, and an appreciation of it touched all these things. Now, a great mistake has been made in modern times in that art has too often been looked upon as a luxury, as something that the rich can have but not the poor, something that has not very much to do with a practical everyday life. But to believe that is to misunderstand altogether what art is, for art is something that is done, not something that is merely looked at. All men have within them a vision of what kind of world they would make if it was left to them to order, and in its widest meaning, art is the outward and concrete expression of that vision. To confine art to architecture, sculpture, and painting is to rob it of half its meaning. The forms of art are as many and varied as are the interests of everyday life, and this belief is one of the great gifts of Greece to the world. It was not given to every Greek to be a great artist. Not everyone could be an Aeschylus and write the Agamemnon, a Sophocles and write the Antigone, a Pheidias and create the Parthenon, or a Praxiteles and model the Hermes. But everyone could work in the spirit of which these great works are the supreme examples. The history of a nation is an inquiry into how that nation expresses itself in stone and marble, as well as into what it thinks and does, and its architects, artists, and sculptors stand beside its historians, philosophers, dramatists, and statesmen as the men who have made its history. In its narrower, modern sense, art is the outward sign of the spirit of a nation as it is expressed in painting and in stone and marble. Except for the vase paintings, Greek painting has almost entirely disappeared, but the achievements of the Greeks in architecture and sculpture are amongst the greatest that the world has ever seen. Something has already been said about Greek architecture. The same spirit expressed itself in Greek sculpture. To know the Greeks and the real worth of what they have given to the world, it is not enough to read about them. One must learn to know them at first hand. To do that, one must read what they wrote, if not in Greek, then in translations, and look at what they built and at their sculpture, if not at the originals, then by means of casts and photographs. And when one does that, one begins to know a little of what the spirit was that produced such things. The Greeks considered that the human form was the most fitting subject for representation in sculpture, yet they were not great portrait makers. That was left for a later race to achieve. What they aimed at doing was to give outward expression to those qualities of the mind and spirit which they, as a people, prized so highly: beauty, self-control, harmony, restraint. The greatest Greek sculpture was, as it were, the answer, wrought in marble, to the prayer of Socrates to Pan. Quote, "Beloved Pan, and all ye other gods who haunt this place, give me beauty in the inward soul, and may the outward and the inward man be at one." End quote. The Greeks lived at a time when so much was being done for the first time, and to all their art they brought a spirit of youth and of joy in creation, yet also a spirit of patience in achieving results, for they were never in a hurry, and they knew that there were no shortcuts to the perfection which was to them so important a part of beauty. Their statues are very idealistic, but their idealism was practical, and though, as we know, they did not always fulfill their ideals, they knew that fulfillment was possible. Though the sculpture of the Greeks represented man, not as he always was, but as they believed he might be did he but follow where his best instincts led, it did sometimes result in something that to them was not only an ideal, but something so real and lifelike that they could say of a sculptured figure of a sleeping Ariadne, quote, "Strangers, touch not the marble Ariadne, lest she even start up on the quest of Theseus." End quote. End of section 27. End of chapter 19.
Section 28 of the Book of the Ancient Greeks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills. Part 2, Chapter 20, The Hellenistic Age. 1. The extent of Greek influence. Alexander was a great conqueror, and he won for himself a mighty empire. But that empire did not last, for his successors were unable to hold it together. It would almost seem as if he had crowded into his short reign of barely 13 years hero deeds and marvelous exploits which, however much they may have done to enrich tradition or to appeal to the imagination, were hardly of any great permanent value. Alexander, however, did more than create a passing empire. He did more than any other one man to spread the knowledge of Greek civilization over the world. Wherever he passed with his conquering army, he founded cities where he established colonies of Greeks, men who spoke the Greek tongue, who worshipped the Greek gods, who read and loved Greek literature, and who lived according to Greek ideals. Such cities were founded in Egypt, in Asia Minor, in Syria, in Babylonia, in Persia, and even in the distant lands till then unknown further to the mysterious East. But Alexander did yet more to spread Greek civilization than by the founding of cities. All the great ports of the eastern Mediterranean were in his hands, which meant that Greek merchants were established there, and that the whole commerce of that region was in the hand of Greeks. The history of Greek civilization may be divided into two periods. The first lasted until the days of Alexander. It included the early experiments made by Greek states in the art of governing themselves, the repulse of the barbarian, the great days of Athens, the disastrous Peloponnesian War. Through all this period, Greece was learning how to do things. She was in the making, and was creating what was to live as long as men should love what was great, but she was living for herself. This period is called the Hellenic period. Beginning with Alexander, Greek civilization stepped out into a new age. Greece was no longer living for herself, she was living for the world. Greek civilization had been far flung over Asia, the barbarian was adopting Greek customs. Greece was the teacher of the world in science and art and in all that was meant by civilized living. This period lasted from the time of Alexander until Greece became part of the Roman Empire in 146 BC, and is known as the Hellenistic Age. The center of Greek civilization was now no longer in Athens, but in Alexandria, the city in Egypt founded by Alexander, and which from its situation was the natural link between the East and the West. 2. Alexandria. Alexandria had not been founded for very many years before she was a rival of Carthage, that powerful commercial city founded by the Phoenicians, as mistress of the Mediterranean, and in the eastern Mediterranean, known as the Levant, she held undisputed sway. From that time to the present day, Alexandria has been the door through which the commerce of the East and the West has passed. In the Hellenistic Age, Alexandria developed into a very beautiful city. Temples and all kinds of public buildings, great palaces and gardens, docks and warehouses were built. At the entrance to the harbor stood a great lighthouse, called the Pharos, from the island on which it stood, and which was considered so great a marvel that it was numbered amongst the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This period was in many ways like a more modern one. Greek civilization had stepped out into a new world. The conquering armies of Alexander, going out to the ends of the earth, had made communication possible between places that had hitherto hardly known of each other's existence. Science had made such remarkable strides that man's power over nature had been enormously increased, and the increase of scientific knowledge was affecting the old religious beliefs in the gods. Nothing seemed to be quite the same as it had hitherto been, and then, at all such times, the minds of men were affected by the changes. Some became more conservative than before and wanting nothing changed, because to them the old was necessarily the best, and there was only evil in what was new. Others went to the other extreme and wanted everything changed, because to them the new must necessarily be better than the old. But quietly in between these two extremes were the thinkers, those who were keeping alive that Greek spirit which knew that the vision of the whole truth had not yet been given to any man, and that the way to progress was not by destroying the old, but by building upon it in order to go on from a firm foundation to a fuller knowledge of the truth. Not to Thales, nor to Socrates, nor to Aristotle, nor yet to the men of the 20th century has the complete vision of the truth of all things been vouchsafed, but to those who follow the quest in the spirit of the Greeks of old is granted to add a little to the progress of human knowledge. It was in the museum at Alexandria that the thinkers worked. This museum was founded by Ptolemy Soter, one of the rulers of Egypt after the breakup of Alexander's empire, and very much developed by his son Ptolemy Philadelphus. This museum, the Temple of the Muses, was what today would be called a university. It had lecture halls where mathematicians, astronomers, poets, and philosophers taught, courts and porches where men walked and talked, houses where the men of learning lived. Above all, it had a library which contained several thousand books. This library was catalogued by Callimachus, the first librarian of whom there is any record, and there were 120 books of his catalogue. Book, however, is a wrong word to use for the collection in the Alexandrian library, for there were no books then as we know them. Rolls took the place of books, and Callimachus soon found that the big rolls were very inconvenient. It is said that he complained that a big book is a big nuisance, and that it was when he was librarian that the plan of dividing the large rolls into a number of smaller ones was thought of. These were easier to handle, but one work required a great many of the smaller rolls, and 36 were required for the Iliad and the Odyssey. As the fame of the library spread, students from all over the Greek world came to Alexandria, and there was a great demand for additional copies of the works in the library. For more than 3 centuries, Alexandria was the great book-producing mart of the world. The museum possessed a good collection of the best-known copies of the works of the classic writers, and Ptolemy Philadelphus very much enlarged his collection. He bought every copy of all existing Greek works he could find, and as he paid very high prices for them, there was a steady flow of books to Alexandria from all over the civilized world. It is said that he refused to send food to the Athenians in a time of famine, unless they agreed to give him certain copies they still possessed of the works of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. He paid liberally for them, not only in the promised shipment of corn, but also in silver. As more and more copies of the classic writers were wanted, a regular publishing trade arose in Alexandria. Callimachus was not only the librarian of the library, but a publisher of the works of classic writers. Large numbers of copyists were employed whose business it was to make careful and accurate copies of the works required. This accounts for the fact that in certain works of ancient literature it is sometimes difficult to know what is the really original form of certain lines or passages, because in spite of their care, the copyists made mistakes, and unfortunately many original copies of the classics were lost in the Great Fire which destroyed the library in the last century B.C. The Alexandrian school of copyists is a very famous one, and the Alexandrian editions of the classics were considered the very best to be had. Not only were Greek works copied, but other literature was translated into Greek and then copied. It was in Alexandria that the oldest manuscript of the Old Testament we possess was transcribed. It was a translation of the whole of the Old Testament from Hebrew into Greek, made according to tradition by a group of 70 Jewish scholars, whence comes its name, the Septuagint. These scholars were encouraged to undertake this work by the king, who is said to have provided the means for their support whilst they were engaged on the translation, and who gave them a special quarter of the city in which to live. 3. Science in the Hellenistic Age. Greek science had been born in Ionia, and during the Hellenic period of Greek civilization, it had gone hand in hand with philosophy. The earliest days of pure science came in the Hellenistic Age, and its home was in Alexandria. Amongst the many names of men at this time who contributed something of value to science, there are two which must be remembered, those of Euclid and Archimedes. Euclid lived in Alexandria. He was a mathematician and wrote a great work on geometry. No scientific work in the world has lived in quite the same way as has this book of Euclid, for since the time that the Elements of Euclid were written, it was used as a school textbook without interruption until a very few years ago. Archimedes was probably the greatest of the Greek scientific thinkers of the 3rd century B.C. He did not live in Alexandria. He was a native of Syracuse in Sicily, but he was in close touch with all the scientific work that was being done there. He was a great scientific investigator, the inventor of many practical and ingenious devices, and discovered the principle of moving heavy bodies by means of pulleys and levers. An extraordinarily large ship was made for the king of Syracuse, a ship of marvel to that age. It contained a gymnasium, gardens of most wonderful beauty and full of rich plants, a temple to Aphrodite, a drawing room with its walls and doors of boxwood, having a bookcase in it, a bathroom with 3 brazen vessels for holding hot water, and a fish pond. All the furnishings were of the most exquisite craftsmanship, and all the rooms have floors of mosaic, in which the whole story of the Iliad was depicted in a most marvelous manner. There were doors of ivory, beautiful couches, and it was full of pictures and statues, goblets and vases of every form and shape imaginable. But the ship was so large that no one could move it. Archimedes, however, we are told, launched it by himself with the aid of only a few people. For having prepared a helix, probably some mechanical contrivance with pulleys, he drew this vessel, enormous as it was, down to the sea, and it was said that Archimedes was the first person who ever invented this helix. Archimedes believed it possible to move greater bodies even than the ship, and he is said to have boasted, "Give me a place to stand on, and I will move the earth." This great inventor did other things which struck the imagination of the men amongst whom he lived, for of some of them they had never seen the like before. During the siege of Syracuse by the Romans in 212 B.C., Archimedes invented marvelous war engines, strange grappling hooks which, it was said, could seize an enemy's ship and overturn it in the sea, and he showed the Syracusans how to set up a water pump in their ships, so that should water get into the hold, it could be pumped out and the ship saved from sinking. He is also said to have made some arrangement of mirrors and burning glass by means of which the Roman ships were set on fire. But in spite of all these inventions, the Romans took the city, and Archimedes was killed. He was found by a Roman soldier sitting in his house and paying no heed to any danger, but intent on drawing mathematical diagrams on the ground. Looking up and seeing the enemy, all he said was, "Stand away, fellow, from my diagram." The soldier, not knowing who he was, killed him. 4. The Indo-Greek independence and the power from the West. It is said that on his deathbed, Alexander bequeathed his empire to the strongest, but there was no one general able enough or strong enough to succeed him, and for about 50 years after his death, his empire was torn by strife and bloodshed. At last some kind of peace and order was restored, but the one great empire of Alexander had disappeared, and the civilized world was broken up into a number of independent states, of which the most important were the kingdoms of Syria, Egypt, and Macedonia. During the long wars which had preceded this settlement, many battles have been fought on Greek soil. The Greeks were not strong enough to prevent this, and neither were they able to maintain their independence when Macedonia became a kingdom. She was too powerful and strong a neighbor, and Greece fell under her rule. Tyrants were established in the Greek cities, a deep humiliation to the freedom-loving Greek. But once more, the old Greek spirit flared up, and the tyrants were driven out. From time to time in the history of Greece, states had joined together in various leagues and alliances, but the inability of the Greeks to combine for long, even when their very life demanded it, had prevented such leagues from lasting any great length of time. But in 281 B.C., when once again the independence of Greece was threatened, one of these old leagues was revived, the Achaean League. It lasted for nearly a century, and is of the greatest interest in modern times, for until the union of the American states, about 2,000 years later, there was nothing in the history of the world like it again. The Achaean League was not an alliance, but a real federation of states, with one central government. Each separate state kept its own sovereign rights over all its domestic affairs, but questions of war and peace, the support of the army, and all relations with foreign states were controlled by the federal government. It was the only experiment in ancient times of real federal government. The head of the league was called the general, and it was under the general Aratus that it became very powerful. Almost all the more important of the Greek states entered the league, with the exception of Athens and Sparta. Neither by persuasion nor by force, unless she might be recognized as the head of the league, would Sparta consent to become a member. And so powerful was she in the Peloponnesus that Aratus begged the aid of Macedonia to subdue her. Sparta was conquered, but Macedonia regained her supremacy in Greece, and the power of the Achaean League was broken. The old Greece of history no longer existed. Greek civilization had spread over the Mediterranean world, but the free and independent city-state had disappeared, and nothing lasting had taken its place. Alexander himself, and still more his successors, had failed to create an empire which gave to those who belonged to it any sense of citizenship in it. The Hellenistic world was a Greek civilization, but it failed to arouse in men of Greek birth that patriotism which the city-state had inspired. The creation of a world-state of which men were to be proud to call themselves citizens, and for which they would gladly die, was through the work of another great power, which even as the old Greece was passing, was growing strong in the West. Rome was steadily conquering the civilized world. Already she ruled over Italy and was extending her power over the eastern Mediterranean. She conquered Macedonia, and one by one the old free states of Greece and those of the Achaean League lost their independence, until in 146 B.C. Corinth, rich commercial gay Corinth, was taken by Rome, and Greece became a Roman province. The citizens of this great state, which was to include not only Greece and the Levant, but the whole Mediterranean and lands far beyond its shores, were to be proud of the name Roman. Yet Rome, destined to be the mistress of the world, and in political power and empire, succeeding where Greece had failed, owed all that was most worthwhile in the things of the higher intellectual life of the mind to Greece. The Greek spirit was never to die. End of the Book of the Ancient Greeks by Dorothy Mills.